What is up, everyone, and welcome to Grand Star Cup Division 1 Finals. Today, we are bringing you the best of three between AI and JX. I hope you guys are ready. This should be an awesome dogfight. Hopefully go three matches and will come down to the wire. I am Vinny, and I am joined by my partner, Scope, today.
Hey everyone, really excited to cast this D1 finals between two really amazing teams. We'll mention it more during the lineups, but really happy to see AI in finals after upsetting Star Rail 2-0 during semis. A really close match as well, by the way. Highly recommend you check the VOD out after we finish with these finals.
Absolutely, and we saw JX 2-0ing WZ in the semifinals to get to the Division Finals today, playing off against Hey, I guess we can just get right into the JX lineup first and see what we're working with in that regard. So
Go
for
right
JX,
ahead.
they're rolling out Jeff, Murrah, Kevin, PY, and Scamp is their bagger. This is pretty much JX's main lineup, been that way throughout the whole season. They are without Frozen. It's probably the most notable thing, but they have really not skipped a beat. They find themselves where they pretty regularly find themselves in the finals of D1 and going for trying to get another banner, and I mean, this is no joke. These guys have been playing with each other for years and years now, and throughout different clans. I mean, back when it was Ethereal, you probably most know a lot of these guys, but also for some other different minor clans. But this is still these guys have a ton of chemistry together, and I mean, this you really can't go wrong with this JX lineup. Obviously, you've got Jeff leading the way. Doesn't have the highest 700 points, but he's still kind of like the clan leader. He's literally been playing this game since like 2008, so he's always been regarded as one of the best, if not the best players in MKWii, and he's got very strong support runners in Murrah, who is what widely known as maybe the best Daisy user in the game, and then Kevin as well, a very strong D1 runner, and PY as well. You also see a lot of these guys in the World Cup, so you guys see them on there. You're always seeing them playing with their respective countries. But and then Scamp, obviously one of the better baggers in the game. I don't really have much else to say about this. It's going to be very AI is going to have their hands full against JX, even though AI has been playing extremely well in their regard. They're going to have to deal with pretty much all these guys, not just in the running department, but also in the schlagging game as well. But yeah, anything you want to add, Scope, right before we get into AI's lineup?
Well, yeah, obviously JX has been really dominant throughout the whole season. I am informed that room is starting up, so let's just make this really quickly. Uh, obviously, don't even have time to really get into the lineup either way. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, Maple Treeway with our start here. JX's main track pick. We do see Macy in the back already. Not sure exactly how many people of AI are in the front. Looks like even so far.
All right, yeah. So we have Macy's POV for you guys, and Murrah's will be the other streamer. Just on Macy's POV right now, she is in 7th with a single shroom. Trying to have to try to get up there. Ends up pulling the TC, so unless she's gonna be able to pass it, not gonna be able to make it to the cannon, unfortunately. And you see a couple JX members in the mid pack, Xander as well, and Kevin and Nate. So AI looks to be in a pretty good spot entering early lap 2 with Maple. I think a lot of the guys are up in the top spots, and looks like it is shockless, at least for the moment right now.
It should be at the very least, but still a bit of an AI behind. We should probably check out Murray here as Macy's going to be stuck in the back for quite a bit. Xander in bottom two actually alongside her, probably going to be slagged out by Kevin quite a bit. Either way, aside from that bottom two, it does look like AR is still in a decent spot. We do see on our other POV that's AI are still in 1-3, barely leading the charge so far, but this Mega by Mura might change a lot depending on who has Shock. We do see one of the baggers is hiding a bit in front of the cannon. Not sure if anybody has just yet. We should have an answer really soon either way. Rosen taking cut. That's... Oh, Barry got bumped actually, so it is still really close in the top 3 so far.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
Jeff
We
got hit
see
out.
Murrah with this Mega. Gonna use it. You see Shining, and gotta try to break up this top 2 from AI. Trying to get the star. No star comes out of the leaf pile and hits the Wiggler. He tried to get out of the way of it, but couldn't. Force uses Shroom. PY up here as well to help Murrah out, but it's still AI's clean up for dear life.
Yeah,
Maybe
2
swap
Megas,
shots.
but unfortunately no Shock. Barry should get Vibratted here though. He did get hit out. Thankfully,
We
wasn't
see
enough.
shock
That
coming
shock.
in.
Not exactly sure who this was for. It's quite tough to tell. either way, Xander getting up there should be pretty good for AI overall. If nothing happens at the end there, that should be. Well, actually, Pix might have passed. That should be 2-3-5 for AI. It's quite tough to tell at the end there. I think Pix managed to either get a draft off, get a shroom, or just overall outline Xander at the end there to get that first place.
I
Depends on
believe
lag.
you
We'll
are
just have to see.
correct, yes. And right after we get the results, I think we can. Do you want to talk about AI's lineup?
Yeah, we
Just
might
quickly
as
before the
well.
next race. Yeah, yeah. Just so we have time to get that in.
Yeah,
Right after we
unfortunately,
get
we
these
were.
results here, we'll talk
Yeah,
about that.
we were not informed on players starting up the rooms, so unfortunately we had
I
to
don't know rooms.
improvise a little bit. But yeah, Pig's getting up there, 2-3-5-7 for AI. Even race overall slightly winning for AI, I believe. Should be really close
Yes.
regardless, but
Yeah,
it's
slightly raised for AI. And I'll let you handle the lineups for AI scoped real fast before we get into the
no
next
worries. I'll
race.
try and be quick about it. So AI having the same lineup as they've had for most of the season. Their main four: Xander, Barry, Macy, Rosen, and Krusty bagging. Xander obviously outscoring the others in terms of indiv. We all remember that 150 against Wallywogs, which is the main reason why he's so far in the lead. But I gotta say, Xander, Barry, and Rosen, I mean, we saw it in this race right there. All of these players were able to stay up the pack. Really good running players overall. Macy has been more so relegated to mid-pack player, but she's caused quite the chaos, especially if you watch the Star Rail semis. Quite a bit of hitting out there. Krusty, a really good bagger as well, but unfortunately, he's also pretty well known for his pens. He just passed the 100 points threshold in the semis, so gonna have to look out for that. We'll keep you updated in the D1 chat. Uh, and we do see Dry Dry Ruins being picked by JX for the second race.
Let's get into it, and we will keep in mind that Murat does not have delay on his POV. Macy does, so that's just something to keep in mind as you guys, as viewers are watching. But we'll start with Murat's POV as he's gonna go around the standoff. Doesn't want to get bumped. Very smart play there. Gonna find himself in third place with AI top two early on. Rosen and Xander forming that top two presence right now.
Yeah, Pink's getting hit out. Pink's getting bumped off the sand hop there. Still able to keep 3-4. Gonna have. Oh, unfortunately, bumping his teammate into the sand. There might be top 2-4 for AI, but those strip reds might help out a lot in that regard.
Yeah, Jeff hitting those nanas there. Unfortunately, those are good nanas by AI. We're throwing up these reds. One of them connects onto Barry. Gonna back these, and unfortunately pulls the TC in fourth. Looks like gonna try to get it off to AI. I don't know if he's gonna be successful
Yeah.
in that regard necessarily. Yeah, he's gonna have to eat this.
I'm surprised he's not going for TC Ultra. We might want to
I
switch
was
to
too, not gonna lie.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
Macy is. Oh no, that's very. Apologies. We should maybe switch to Macy's POV for the time being, as Murrah's going to be stuck in the back for quite a while. We do see AI still on top two. Actually, on our other POV, we do see Murrah getting Bill, so probably going to hold that for a little bit until Shock comes. But Macy and Rosen pretty much in top two so far. We do see someone taking Ultra. No, it is
It is
Xander, so it is going to
Xander.
be top
Yep.
three.
Jeff as well taking the cut, so contesting Xander for that first place is going to be very important. Shot comes in, Macy ends up getting shot green, Murrah dodges and Bill, so we want to believe that's a JX shot coming in to play there. We'll see how much Murrah can benefit off of this. If he can get a good box at this next set, that's going to be key.
We also saw that Xander got TS'd a bit on that pillar there. Jeff went around, so he should be in a really good spot there. Macy now in the mid pack, as pack overall is really close in that top five. Kevin uh, getting up there. I do believe Jeff is in one, so it's 2-3-5. That mega. Really nice back green onto Kevin there. Jeff should keep one, but that should be a really good race for AI regardless.
Oh, we see Murrah coming up there at the end. Looks like he may have stolen a spot or two, but overall, I think a decent race for AI once again. Maybe a pretty much an even race
Uh,
again. On the close side, I
it's
don't know though exactly.
Not sure exactly where Barry is in the back. It might depend on that. Depending on lag, Murrah either got third or fourth with that shroom cut, but great shock overall by JX as
Yeah.
expected. Uh, Managed to TS Xander onto the cut, allowed Jeff to go for a box, probably hitting him out right after, and of course Murrah dodging in the build to get up there.
Yep.
Not sure if Kevin dodged in Mega as well, but thankfully lag works out in favor of AI, so it is going to be 2-3-5-6 for them. So another slightly winning race.
Yes.
As as
Very small
expected,
win.
this finals is down to the wire so far.
Yes, yes. That's kind of what we anticipated. I mean, these are obviously the top teams of D1. I mean, that's kind of obvious, but they're pretty similar, evenly matched, I wanna say. No team really stands out as being like way better than the other. Like, you know what I'm saying? Kind of. I'd say the skill set, the running department, pretty similar. So kind of expect this result, you know. Obviously, it's Mario Kart, so anything can happen. I mean, teams, if they're feeling themselves on any given day, can just turn it on and have like a blowout. But this is kind of an expected outcome, at least at the moment. It's only two races, so it's still very early. We could see either one of these teams break away within just like one race and start snowballing them. But yeah, just small winning races for AI so far, and that's a fine start, honestly. And also, if on JX's side, you're not panicking at all. You're perfectly fine, just hoping to get maybe a winning race here to turn some of that momentum into your favor. And everyone was picking BC3, so that's gonna be the next track here.
The
We'll see if
infamous BC3. We'll have to see
yeah,
who takes Ultra, who takes Cut. That's a really big game here. But yeah, so far AI definitely not complaining about that, especially seeing their first encounters with GX that have both resulted in a loss of less than 25. So overall expected both the teams to be really close. Single
yeah.
red, not exactly what you want here. Someone from AI getting hit out. I do believe it was Rosen there.
That
So
green
1-3
hit
so
Kevin, I'm
far.
pretty sure. That was a good green. Saved by Xander, I think. See both of them on the Ultra. See if one of them bunches her out. Macy gonna go for the Shroomless. Can she make it? She can. Great Shroomless from Macy.
And
Jeff
Jeff
couldn't
actually out
cut.
of nowhere. Nice green
What
by
a
Macy there.
snipe! That was really good from Macy. Gets back into first place. Hits out
Pick,
Jeff. What
Pick
a great
streaming up. That
snipe.
red breaks. That back could be huge there if it connects on anyone. No, Kevin and Pix in 2-3 there. Nana connecting onto Pix, but that red is going to connect right after. A big trade, actually. A lot of people getting hit out, and Rosen getting to first out of that with Jeff right in front of him.
AX benefits from that little interaction there as we see them in 1-3. Bomb snipe attempt onto Pix. And he
It
gets
connects.
him! Oh my
Wow.
god.
I'm
I am
shocked that it
surprised that
connected.
got him. Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. It looked like he was bouncing off the track, but it still hit. So great bomb from Macy. A couple of great snipes from her early on this race with his two shrooms
2-3-5. Rosen going for
and
Shroom
unblocking
Ultra, I
cut.
believe, but unfortunately failing. So that's going to be top 2 for JX so far. We do see Mura taking the cut as well. That's a really big pack. That's a really big. It might have been top 4 for JX. I'm not sure. Not sure where Jeff is.
And
I
we
do
see
believe I
Kevin
just
just
saw
trying
him.
to slag with these reds. TC gets past to him though. Great play from Macy, so that takes him out at least for now. Barry comes up. Doesn't have to deal with those reds now anymore. At least for now. We see Rosen back here
Okay, Alexander is
also.
still in the front, so it is not top 4. It is not top 3 by JX so far. He's going to have to hold this, though. Murat being able to take the cut could definitely make things a lot more difficult. That's the issue with
Yeah,
Daisies. They're able to easily take both Ultra and cuts, so you're going to have to try and deny both. Shock is
shot
used
comes
immediately.
in. That's an AI shock to prevent JX from going for cut, looks like. Not sure if we saw any dodgers on the back. Macy does have shrooms, though. He's going to go for the cut. If she's going to make it, she will. Gets her up into 5th place with a lot of JX around her. She's got to be careful not to get hit out here.
Yeah, that blue onto Xander definitely impacted the race quite a bit, but Jeff, nice job by Macy making the red skip her. That could be third out of this with Rosen in 1, and
Oh,
unfortunately
no!
she gets hit out.
Oh, no, she gets hit by Mura. He's going to have to settle for 6th place, but she played that race exceptionally well. Like, we saw a lot of great plays from Macy that race. A couple of great snipes and a great red evasion there. Unfortunately, just didn't work out in the end, but you have to
Yeah,
applaud Macy's effort there.
absolutely. Great job by Mura. They're getting that trail off to make sure that AI doesn't get a really good race out of this. But that's 2-3-4 for JX, first winning race of this war. Once again, not by much. This seems to be a trend in this war so far, but cannot complain on the caster side, that's for certain. But yeah, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of JX in the front, but that blue onto
Yep.
Xander, that hurts if you're AI, right after Shock as well.
It really does. I mean, there's just nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. You, I mean, you've got to deal with the hand you've been dealt, especially in MKWii. You can do all the things right, but in the end, it may not matter if the other team just gets the better items or uses the better. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. But
Well, Jack still played that well regardless.
absolutely, yeah, they did.
AI forced to call a shock without any dodges, but that worked out really well for them in the end. Allowed AI pretty much all to get in the set there, getting Rosen into first. And honestly, yeah, unfortunate that it only results in that first. No dodges pulled on the side of AI from the most parts. Come to think of it, Rosen might have dodged an Omega or something along those lines, but
Yeah.
Unfortunate also that Rosen went for Shroom Ultra, I believe, on lap 2 and failed it, so was in the back for quite a bit of that race. Xander was
Is
pretty much the
Room
only front row
stuck, it
presence
looks
for a
like.
while. Oh
I think
goodness.
Room might be stuck, so we may be seeing a reset coming in here in a minute, because
Let
as
us check.
someone is not finishing.
Yeah, there is it is stuck. It is stuck according to to the D1 rep chat. So we're just checking in to make sure that spots are correct, and regardless, we're going to have to reset, unfortunately. But yeah, so far this match has been a pleasure to watch. Really, a lot of great plays on both sides. Great shock usage by both teams. Just overall showing exactly why these teams are at the top of their division, of the first division, even.
Absolutely, 100%. We're seeing it right here. A pretty evenly matched up match one so far after just 3 races. You're seeing the score right here. I think that's updated, right? I think that's correct score,
But
59 to
it is not.
63.
It is not currently on the streams.
Not okay.
Yeah, it is a
Okay,
preview.
yeah, gotcha.
But yeah, we can maybe use this opportunity to talk more about both teams during the downtime, since we didn't have much time to do so at the starts. If
Yeah,
you're
100%. Absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah. So, we mentioned. So, if you want maybe your input on AI, since we're kind of forced to just go for it at the start of the Dry Ruins race, if you had anything to add about the roster presentation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to add, but I've been very impressed with AI this season. They've shown up, and they have really impressed with their running. With Xander leading the charge, his average, a very robust average of 38.2. He's always up there in the front, making great plays. He's pretty much the anchor for this AI team. He's been playing in D1 for a number of years now. He's kind of known around the community as maybe a top 10 player in the game. I mean, he shows that pretty much in every single match he plays. But also Barry, Macy, and Rosen had putting up very strong running seasons of their own. So they always seem to just be up there, in the race. You never really see a lot of them, too many of them in the back. When you're watching them play at races, and I think that's really been a key for them for their success this season is their running, and also Krusty being and also Krusty, putting in the work in the bagging department for AI as well. It's all been really. I know this is kind of a newer group playing, at least playing together. So maybe they don't have as much chem as the other teams in D1, but they've at least have gotten enough chem, and they've played a lot. I've seen them scrimming quite a bit together, so they've definitely built that chem up. But also their running prowess really helps them out as them kind of being a newer, at least, team in D1. I mean, all these players have D1 experience, and they have had quite a bit of it for a long time now. But just seeing them come together, as one team and really flourish in this season it's definitely impressed me a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of new, I just want to highlight a little bit onto Rosen, because a lot of players that might have not watched competitive for a while might not even know who he is. Rosen has been improving rapidly these past few seasons, and I'm really impressed to see it. Obviously, their titular Daisy player doesn't yet hold the accomplishments that Mura has, but definitely been closing the gap quite a bit. Xander, obviously, being the other Brit in this lineup that has impressed consistently. Experience with XI definitely showing with them not being in this season, though. I do think that it's admittedly pretty humorous to see that the main four of XI all got into playoffs, even with the 8-team lineup. I do think it's pretty humorous to see Alexander being the only one left in these finals facing JX once again. You have to assume it's a pretty familiar sight for him.
Yes, he's definitely very familiar facing off against JX. He's faced him a lot of times in D1 playoffs. So this is no new task. This is no new thing for him. He's definitely well equipped um to dealing with JX. So we'll see what happens, see how these next few interactions, the rest of this match one and then match two play out for him. Yeah, so that's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we're still unfortunately in the middle of the room reset here, so gonna have to wait for a little bit.
matches like this, it's just like the little things are gonna matter so much. You say it's only a 1 point deficit right now after one GP with JX getting that 2-4 winning race. Really great to see them respond there, at least kind of salvage GP1. But the little things are gonna matter, like who can execute down the stretch, like who can use shocks better, is probably what's gonna be the difference in this match rather than just running power. I mean, you're gonna want to be commanding those top spots, obviously, but it's also like executing your items and like avoiding backspam, all the little stuff. That is definitely gonna be the biggest factor and the difference maker as to who wins this match and who loses. And it does help that it is a best of three, so even if you lose this match, you're not completely out of it. But it's so important to win match one and to get that momentum, gain that advantage to where you don't have to win match two. You don't have to play like your backs are against the walls. So both teams are gonna want to really win this match. You're gonna want to try their hardest to get out and gain that advantage.
Yeah, none of these players any strangers to BO3s, but the mental pressure that comes from being back against the wall, for some players it works extremely well, for others it can be quite crushing. In D1, obviously we're not expecting anyone to crumble that easily. KC, once again a unanimous pick by both teams, not surprising there, 1-4-2-3. Definitely KC picks on either side, or 2-3-4-1-5 regardless. We'll just have to see if Xander is able to keep his top spot there. An instant green could definitely allow him to just be up there for a whole while, but those trip reds are terrifying.
Yep, Murray just making the Shrimba with ease, has two reds in first, and now can just command first place and keep at bay. Gonna throw one at Macy that should connect. And it doesn't. Wow.
It
You're gonna
doesn't,
throw
it
another
doesn't,
one,
but that
Macy.
second one
That one will.
will.
Yeah. So Murray gets back into one and can just run this now. But Barry right behind him though, so he's gotta watch out. Not sure what Barry has, but great lines and great wall ride from Murray early on. Will we see a star drop from Scamp? We will.
From
2
both
stars
baggers,
actually.
actually. Both baggers getting the star drop there. Barry in star right behind him, I believe, unless he
Yep.
somehow missed that. No, so it will still be close. Maybe the Nana out of the... Ooh, good dodge by Barry, thankfully able to avoid that Nana. Maybe a green to get back up there, depends on what we'll have to see. But Mura so far has been really dominant in that running department, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Barry not able to take the Shroomba, so Mura should still have a bit of a lead. We'll have to see if anyone takes maybe the golden cut to get up there.
Yep, we just see Murrah running it up. Oh, but Xander gets in, took the cut in the Mega, and Mega's Murrah, so he is gonna take over first now with Barry in second. Top two for AI. That's gonna send Murrah all the way down to the mid pack with picks. There's no
It
red
might
Mace
even be top three,
POV.
actually.
That's triple
It might even
red.
be top three. Rosen actually got up there with picks getting hit out, but yeah, not the golden I was expecting, but Mega definitely does the trick. Murrah now out of this top three, obviously gonna fight back for it, but we do see all of objects there. Shock, Kevin dodging in a bill as two AI members still able to get boxes there. Triple Shroom is gonna be really nice, but that's a really unfortunate ground green.
And unfortunate TC for Murrah as well. If he doesn't look like he's gonna be able to pass this, and is probably gonna be taking A though, at least for now. He's gonna find himself back in 8 gone.
Yeah.
So it's important for JX to get those top spots now, as you're going to be dealing with 8th place more than likely. We'll see how they approach the last turn. There is time for a late shock, so if either bagger can pull it, that's going to be huge. This
So
is
Jeff
going to
should
be a
get
power
ready.
down to Jeff. Now the red
Jeff
coming
should get
out.
read it out then. I do believe that's... Oh no, actually, yeah, all of AI is back there, so 3, 4, 5, 6 so far for AIs. We do see members of JX shrooming up at the end. If no shrooms are pulled on the side of AI, could be quite the bloody finish. Rosen backing out Mura. That's a really big bag on the side of Rosen there. Getting Mura right after the cuts should allow AI to keep the mid
That's
spots.
that's an amazing race for AI. JX just got bottom 3 there, so it's either like 2 through 5 or like 1 through 5, something like that. I'm not sure exactly who got first, but AI won that race by a pretty wide margin. So great job by them, and they did. And without them having shocked that race, they were able to play around it and still execute in the end to take home a 2 through 5.
2,
Wow,
3, 4,
really
5,
good
yeah.
job by AI.
Picks managing to get up there after the third lap there. Unfortunate for Kevin to get a hit out right after his build, but I do also want to mention Barry there at the start of lap 3. Really heads up play by him to stay by the set, expecting that shock, knowing that it was really only the JX's only option, but sitting at the set and then dodging Mura's TC. Obviously, a lot of people that are knowledgeable about the lag in this game are gonna point to Barry's yellow line there, and I do agree that it does give him a bit of an advantage during those interactions, but overall, really good heads-up play by him, and just allowed them to get a really good race, and we finally broken the double-digit lead for AI up 10 after the
Yep.
first GP.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that JX is really good at doing, it's figuring out, like, Australian lag and playing around, Barry's lag, because it is different than most other lag in the game. You've kinda be a little bit further ahead of him in order for your items to hit. So they definitely are good at figuring it out and learning how to play around it, like I just said, and exploiting that lag shield. And we'll see on
DK,
a DKJP now, Macy going itemless in 5th place. Trying to avoid these items. Rosen taking the fib out.
that's top 4. That's top 4 for AI already.
That's really big. And it's going to be up to Macy, hopefully, for her to be able to get some items to schlag JX and keep them in the back, because they're going to be shrooming up here very shortly. This red's going to help. Red coming
And
out. That hits someone else, I think, and then gets Murray's
that
kills. We
that
saw the
might have
fluky
lagged
cheer.
that that might have lagged on 2 people actually. That's a really
I think
good
it did,
start.
yeah.
That's
Look, I
that
think
POW
Red was
unfortunately
Manners,
slowing
though.
down Macy quite a bit, but it will slow down everyone else on JX, forcing a start as well. We do see Mura actually hitting that Nana and now unable to red out Macy, so POW working out for pretty well overall, but getting any amount of shrooms here is going to help a lot for JX getting back up there.
Yeah, triple shrooms is a great pull. Kevin using his star to get up there. You gotta be spamming your eyes if you're JX to break up these top spots by AI. These triple shrooms are definitely gonna help. Bomb onto Xander, that's gonna help. Gets taken up. They get taken up by the fib though, so it's still a top 2 for AI, and they're starting to break away too. Murray needs reds, and JX has to be cycling for blues right now. As we still see the bagging battle, also very very close. Both baggers right next to each other.
Rosen
None of them
shouldn't get
getting
hit out
away.
there, thankfully, having the protection. But yeah, the IF brothers now in the front should keep that for the time being unless a Shroom is pulled. Barry actually hitting a Nana. Green gonna go in between the 2 players. If actually connects on
Oh, no.
Mura. Oh no!
Murray greens himself, unfortunately. Really hate to see that, as he was getting pressured by Barry. Macy shrooming up, goldening up, all the way
Jeff
into
should be
first.
first. Jeff
Yep.
unfortunately has a chain there, so could get a hit out onto Macy after that Mega, forcing
Yep.
AI to play around him. Is there a shot called? One of the baggers is going forward.
Not just yet, but we'll
It
probably
might
see a
just be
late
chaining a
shot come
9.
in if anything.
It
If
might
it's
just
in
be
play, I
chaining a
mean.
9, I would expect. Macy should stay in first. Barry actually getting to second as well after hitting someone else out. We do know that Mura has a Mega in fourth, so getting any shot, any dodge there should guarantee first. Barry's going to have to be really careful about how he plays this. Gets
I don't
Mega.
think he mega, or did he? I'm not sure, but no, but regardless, Murray finds himself in second place. Can he get the red onto Macy? Nope. The shot gonna come in. He gets into first. Actually, Macy falls back into second place. So could we see
Unfortunate.
a JX winning race here?
No,
No,
Xander
Xander gets first.
gets into with a TC. Macy keeps third. That
It's a
should be a
1-3 for
winning race for
AI.
AI.
It is. So great
The
job by Xander to get that for the win TC. And Shocks, and they made it Shocks so that he could take the cut and then pass Murray in the end. Great job, great plays there. To still managed to get the win race after it was looking like Jax was taking the upper hand midway through lap 2 into lap 3, but AI did not panic. They stayed the course and they were able to weather the storm. And that's what good teams do. That's what, D1 teams find a way they do. Figure out how to get past some obstacles, and they end up turning in a nice race, 1-3-5-7 there.
Yeah, AI able to really keep their composure. Obviously, Xander, you're happy if you get this. Oh, are we seeing another? We're seeing another. Oh no, we're seeing another room reset.
Oh no,
Oh
come
goodness.
on. We don't want to be seeing these resets.
Oh
Yeah,
well,
apologies to
that's
all the viewers watching right now. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to take another set. Gonna be delayed a little bit longer.
yeah.
As I guess someone DC'd. We didn't see that on the screen, but still a very close match nonetheless. And please stick around for these final like 6 races or so. You really do not want to miss these, as we can either take a small break or keep talking about either D1 or maybe a little bit about World Cup coming up. I mean, I know that's starting this weekend. We want to maybe mention that a little bit while we're
Yeah, absolutely. We might as well.
in
Some
a break.
people that might miss top level competition after the after the end of GSC. World Cup is starting this weekend and is going to be all the way through the end of June, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we do have a lot of the plains matches going on this weekend, and the next one, the first one being Asia versus Spain. I do believe that uh, you're actually going to cast tomorrow, so pretty excited to see that.
Yeah, really looking forward to that as these four teams are trying to play inside who can get into the first stage of World Cup and take home those last couple of spots. They're vying it out, so it'll be yeah, Spain Asia like we were saying that's coming up. That's the first match tomorrow, I believe. It's at 3:30 EST. Really hoping to bring that cast to you, but it's going to be a lot of fun. We're seeing a lot of new teams this year in in World Cup and some players playing for different teams compared to where they were playing a couple years ago back when the last World Cup was going on in 2023. So we cannot wait to bring that to you guys. It should be a very fun next month or so for MKWii.
Yeah, absolutely. Really excited to see that overall. Obviously, there's some teams that are considered favorites. Both USA teams, England, India come to mind. But I do think a lot of teams actually have the potential to get some really nice upsets in. Obviously, I'm going to be slightly biased and say that France could be one of them, even with losing Eastior. But regardless, a lot of the top 8 teams could get a good amount of upsets in. I would say there's still, unfortunately, maybe a bit of a skill gap between top 8 and bottom 8 when it comes to just in general able to get into the final rankings. But who knows? AI managed to get an upset onto Star Rail, 2-0ing them to get into finals. So maybe we're just gonna see the same thing in World Cup. Once again, this is Mario Kart. You can never count out anyone in this game.
Absolutely. I mean that cannot be more true, especially in World Cup. Every team always has a chance, and yeah, we can. Or, okay, never mind. We really gonna we can of course after this cast we can play the trailer for you guys if you want to watch it in the end. So stay tuned towards the end. We can bring you guys that. But yeah, all these teams are in it and have the potential to beat any team on any given day. Even playing to kind of the lesser seed teams, which might not seem like they could stack up against the top ones on paper, but trust me, like if they're on a good day, they can truly beat anyone. And it's just so much fun. You're seeing like the great diversity, of MKW players around the world, and realize just how much of a global game this is, and how many people still play it to this day, even though it's now 17 years old. It's really fun to see this level of competition still going on today.
It's kind of funny to imagine that I believe Rosen is actually younger than the game is or close to that. It's pretty funny to imagine seeing a player like that in D1 because a lot of these players, well, we've talked about Jeff, but a lot of these players overall have discovered the game when they were kids or have been playing for so long back when like the first wave of competitive before Weemfi got shut down. Not Weemfi, before the official Nintendo servers got shut down. We got Weemfi, but it's once again, it's funny seeing Rosen being essentially a Weemfi kid getting all the way up to D1 finals.
Wow, that really does put it in perspective. And and this is especially true for, you know, D1 players such as Jeff who've been playing this game since the very begin since the very beginning, and see like how far they've come throughout the years, and the new players like you were talking about, um playing now, making it all the way up to D1 and competing with these longtime players as well.
Yeah, I'll just well, we mentioned Jeff as well. Alexander is also another one of the players that actually made the switch to MK competitive for a few years before coming back to MKWii, so also having quite the competitive journey overall. But I say Rosen, but a lot of these players have been playing rather recently. Barry, Macy are a few of those that are just of the newer generation. Um, Murrah is also one of them, I believe. I'm actually not entirely certain on that. I might be corrected by chat on this. Room
You're
is
all
up, so
good.
yeah.
They can always fact check it for us if they want to. Um, see, hopefully
Room,
we'll have
yeah.
them getting in
Shouldn't take
really
too long,
shortly. They're going to move
hopefully.
fast. Yeah, we can get right back into the second half of this first match.
Yeah, AI up 17. Once, although I've mentioned the quote-unquote double-digit lead, but as a lot of experienced players might know, this is still nowhere near the cushion that you need. Top 4-9 is still
No,
a
no,
very
no.
nice 31 points. So
Yep,
o
exactly.
overall, you still don't have the cushion you need to prevent a sweep in the other direction. Should be hopefully for AI, should be able to extend that lead further. Unfortunately, their momentum cut short a bit by that reset, but we'll just have to see how
Yeah.
they deal with that.
When a team's going as well as AI is, that's really the last thing you want is the reset and to have that gap in between playing. Because when you're playing as good as they are, you want to keep going and keep racing, try to build on that. But when you have to reset and take a few minutes not playing, it can affect kind of the mental a little bit. But I really don't think it's going to be a huge difference with the players who have the experience that they do. And if you're JX, you kind of probably taken this reset is a time to make sure the that your mental is all good, that you guys are all on the same page, that you can execute your game plan to the best of your abilities. And we're seeing them make a little bit of the comeback now. They're keeping it close enough to where they're within striking distance of AI, where just one race and you could see JX back in the lead. So no lead is safe, and that's especially true with a team like JX. You're always kind of looking over your shoulder unless you're up by like, of course, 100 points, something like that. But if it's with a deficit like 17, you're most definitely looking over your shoulder and making sure you can keep JX at bay. And if you're AI, you just can't you just gotta make sure that you don't let them like get in your heads, I guess, and just stay focused on your plan and and doing that much, which I think they'll definitely be able to do. But yeah, you definitely got to make sure that you're not making, silly mistakes or anything that is preventable, because a team like JX will most certainly make you pay for that, and all it takes is just one race, like I said.
Absolutely, you can't let off the gas for even a second if your AI. GX is no stranger to being down into those sets. They're no stranger to making those comebacks. Um, Macy knows that all too well, being the organizer of the tournament that JX won in this fashion against XI back in the day. So should be hopefully still quite the close match overall. We do hopefully we do see baggers not taking too long to join, but also one thing I do want to mention, obviously that's not something that we want to see, but JX are now down their 2 resets, so any more resets by JX will cause a 20-point penalty. So it is good to keep in mind just in case that does happen.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. It's something that a lot of people overlook, but that could be pretty important. I mean, there's still a long way to go in this war. So if you're JX, you can't afford to have any more DCs, or else you're either gonna have to 4v5, at least for a few races potentially, or take if you want to take a -20 and reset still. I mean, it's all kind of situational. So we'll see. So that kind of gives a little bit of an edge to AI now, where you don't
Yeah,
have to worry about that, like the resetting and taking a -20.
Obviously we never want to see this. We never want to see the competition being halted in such a way. But you're not exactly complaining if you're AI if there's another reset coming out of the side of JX. Unfortunately, those sorts of resets are somewhat expected, seeing as literally in this match you have players from literally all around the globe, from Australia to Europe to the US. Well, the only thing we're missing is Japan, really.
Yeah,
But yeah, so
exactly
not
it.
surprising to see this many resets. Unfortunate for JX that it does come at their expense. Hopefully, we'll be able to see the next 2 GPs without any more interruptions. But it is good to keep in mind, and it is unfortunately a bit of a mental strain on the side of JX if it does happen again. Uh, at the very
Yep,
least, it makes spots easy for us, AI being in odds and JX and evens, so should be able to
absolutely.
fairly easily guess what is going to be picked. Actually, no, never mind, because DDR and the Maple Treeway have both been picked this far already. So wonder what AI are going to go for in odds.
I mean, let's see, because BC3's been played as well. They're gonna have to get a little creative. Looks like they're going for Moonview Highway, which I kind of like that for odds. It's kind of like the next best option. You can take the type boxes, try to push JX into cars, and of course, as we talk about it, it's Sherbet Land. getting
The
picked.
caster,
So
the
that's
caster's curse, my friend. It is
Caster's
very
curse.
real. Don't mind the 60-second delay. That doesn't matter. Either way, we're going to see
Let's
Sherbet
go.
Land come out. Really typical even spot alongside RBC. We'll have to follow Mur at the start. Probably able to get Shrooms to get up there after that first Shroom cut. We know how powerful Shrooms, any speed item can be on Sherbet due to the ice physics. Barry bagging a little bit,
Oh,
but
this
that's a
golden is
golden in
huge.
6.
That's huge. Mura should be able to get into one with this.
A
Would
lot of a lot of
imagine.
A
Yep.
lot of shells being thrown out. We did see Macy getting hit out. So now Kevin and Mura in top 2. Xander forced to yield to those 2 players. We might want to switch to Macy, seeing as Mura should just stay in first for quite a while. Holding a star in 7th. Both baggers having just hit the first set. Jeff in a TC, also really useful on this
He gets
specific
it
track.
off. Wow.
Really nice. Really
I
nice.
mean,
Well, long
Macy's still has a star, but still, I mean, forced to use it. Tries to start Kim, but she misses Scamp. And try to Mega Jeff. Gets him too. Great slagging from Macy. That puts Jeff in the back, at least for the while, and avoid Rosen
And
here.
another player of GX as well in the back, might be trying to. I is there another DC?
I
I'm struggling to
I
figure.
don't know. There might
I'm
be,
struggling to.
actually, yeah.
I'm struggling to figure out where the 8th player is. I believe that another DC might have occurred, which is really unfortunate. But
Maybe.
I don't see the 8th player unless they're amongst. No, both baggers are still okay. Never mind. Well, regardless, back to the race. AI in 3, 4, 5, 6, but that's gonna change probably with that golden Macy. Gonna be able to approach Kevin quite a bit here, but shouldn't be able to pass him just yet. Murray's still gone in the front. Really nice back red by Kevin there.
Yeah, that was amazing. And, yeah, nothing Macy can do there, really. Mura's still comfortably in first with a break as well. Can afford to tank a blue for now. And also has the, well, actually really no support. See both AI members behind Mura. Trying to get the niche back off. Not going to connect.
And we do, yeah, Kevin being hit out unfortunately means 2, 3, 4. Shock comes out early, and there's a blue right after Mura. That first place that he's kept on for so long might be compromised. I do think that Barry got shocked after the set, thankfully. So should still be in first for Mura as long as there's no hero snipe coming out of Barry at the end there. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, nothing. Mura's just going to keep one. Lead was great enough to where he could afford to tank the blue. Unfortunately,
Kevin
there was no
shroomed up at
shock red either.
Kevin shroomed up at the end there, so it should only be 2, 3, 5, 7, or 6 coming out of AI, but yeah, I only count 9 players, so there might be another TC once again. I do
Man.
apologize to our viewers because this is rough. Yeah,
Oh, that's
Pix
really bad
TCing.
because for JX now, either they're gonna tank a -20 or they're just gonna 4v5 because it is 12 race GP settings. So either they're gonna 4v5 the rest of the way or they're just gonna take -20 and reset again.
There is
Really
going to be
unfortunate to
another.
see.
There's going to be another reset. Actually, the first reset might have not counted towards either team. Yeah, mutual reset for first race. So actually, thankfully for JX, we don't take the pen just yet, but that is now our only out. Pix apparently getting a sub maybe, but that's going to be really unfortunate for JX if it does happen.
Yeah, this is now officially their last reset, and
Yeah,
they're gonna try to either find a sub for picks or maybe they're gonna try one more time and see if that can work. But just really important to see. That's the last thing you want in a D1 final, seeing all these DCs. You want a clean match all the way through, but unfortunately, it just doesn't always work out that way, especially with WM5 being as spotty as it is at times.
yeah.
Something you have to deal with. But
I
hopefully,
gave
this is the last time that we'll reset and we can have a smooth match all the way through
I
to
gave
win.
misinformation. I deserve to be burned at the stake. But either way, that is officially JX's last reset as we called. So we'll have to see. But yeah, Pix has been a really consistent runner for JX. Not exactly sure who can fill his shoes while being like on the same level. I do see Sal being picked, but being pinged by Xander, which I don't know how.
Might be for Condies,
How
maybe, because he's potentially. I don't. Yeah, he's not in JS Ross.
no,
I'm
he
not
is.
sure
Yeah, yeah,
who they
obviously.
bring in. At least
I'm
it
not
guess
not
depends on
exactly
all
sure.
who all's available right now, at least to fill in. But yeah, Pix is really your best option. For the support runners, he's been playing really well throughout the entire season, putting up big numbers for JX. Is kind of being a newer addition to the team, a little newer at least. So
Yeah,
we'll
came in
keep an eye on that.
came in alongside Zach. I believe 2 seasons ago now. Came in alongside like the 5S package, but Zach joining his former teammates in the Star Rail this season. Pix being the only one left in JX. But yeah, JX also have a fairly small roster overall, especially considering that Frozen is one of the players that are still registered there and cannot play. So looking at it, there's Zekin is also a player that's on there, but it's for the memes, as we all know. Valorant Pro approach really close to Frozen after discovering the game, but definitely not going to play in those D1 finals. So I'm not even sure who can sub out for them, really.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure either 100%, but yeah, it's just it's something we'll see going forwards. And how is this gonna affect like either team's mental game at all? Like Jazz kind of more than AI, because if you're AI, you're just chilling right now. You just you let Jags deal with their problems at least for now, and just hoping to keep your foot on the gas and um and hopefully just continue what you've been doing.
Yeah,
And
that's not the way you want to win those finals, but if you can get the win thanks to that, you always take the banner. But yeah, that's just going to
absolutely, I
be.
mean, yeah, taking it the way you can get, but obviously you much prefer if it's a fair game all the way through.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
you don't want like a cheese banner
No, I
or
don't think
anything
anyone
like
wants that.
that.
Definitely
No,
leaves a sour taste in your mouth, especially D1 winning on that accord. Definitely not happy about it, especially considering that you have a losing record against the team that you're in finals against. So we'll just have to see what happens here. No pen, so thankfully JX not having too much of a lead to catch back up on. Not exactly sure what the lead looks like actually after the Sherbet race. We might have to check back on the score there. Unfortunately, did not manage to really catch it. So that's a really big mess. No information on who is going to sub for picks yet in the D1 rep chat. We'll keep you updated, folks. Watching that like a hawk so far. Kevin might also
absolutely.
be resetting his nets. So yeah, just overall a really big, a really big mess so far. This D1 finals. I do believe that Jax got 1-4-6-8. I do believe so. Even race once again. Overall, AI should keep their double-digit lead for the time being.
At least for now, definitely. As how many races do we have left again? Is it five, four?
Well, we have 7 races left.
Okay, okay. So,
Yeah, yeah, we
God,
have a
I
lot.
thought I thought it was like 5%. That's my bad.
No, no,
Thought we had
no,
played like 6 or 7, but
unfortunately, 3 resets in 5 races makes it seem a lot more than it actually is. So
of
unfortunately, we're
course,
only
yeah,
at race 5. We're at race 6 rather.
definitely. So hopefully we'll get things back up and running very shortly again, and then eventually get into match 2. But
Might have to. Unfortunately, like I mentioned, well, I didn't mention this at the start of the cast, but I did say might have to dip at 5, so I might not even be able to cast the whole of match 2, or even if match 1, if this keeps happening.
so hopefully, yeah, we can figure out maybe get some potentially, because we didn't foresee all these resets coming in obviously early
Yeah,
on.
I do think Zesty or Torp should be available. So thankfully, you viewers won't have to, and thankfully for Vinny as well, you won't have to solo cast the rest of D1 finals. I've dealt with solo cast
Please.
before; they can be hellish.
It really can, yeah. Definitely hoping we can get some in. Well, I'm gonna have to mute for 1 second, but I'll be back
Don't
in
worry,
a
I can yap. I can yap long enough for you to come back. Don't worry. But yeah, either way, should be able to get either Zesty or Torp on the casts so that Vinny doesn't have to deal with solo casts. But yeah, overall, still waiting for both teams to join. We'll keep you updated. No recent messages in the Jesse didn't win rep chat. I unfortunately wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe at the very least, like maybe an FF for match 1. It's a big mess overall. I can't lie to you. I can't lie to you guys. We're still in the dark about all of this just as much as you are. Not sure who's subbing out for picks just yet or what's going to happen, but potential if push comes to shove, maybe like FF match 1 and then delaying match 2 and 3 for a later date when Weemfly isn't acting up as much, but hopefully we won't have to it won't have to come to that regardless, especially with World Cup coming up. A lot of these players are going to have some issues when it comes to scheduling. Kevin playing for team, for example, just I believe almost every single one of these players are playing for a national team. Macy is playing for USA South. Kevin is playing for Team Germany. Rose and Alexander both Team uh, Great Britain. Uh, Jeff for Benelux. Picks, I'm not exactly certain. Unfortunately, I'm not as brushed up. Sorry. Oh, fair enough. But yeah, just a lot of these players gonna have a bit of a scheduling issues with the World Cup. So hopefully we won't have to deal with that, and we're able to just finish it all tonight, regardless of how long it takes. I'm not seeing any subs for the time being. Going to be a little bit of a delay so far. Not like we've seen our well, like we haven't seen our fair share of those so far. Unfortunately, because a lot of these races have been really fascinating to watch overall. Both players, uh, both of our POVs, just overall both teams, getting into this really back and forth match. We've seen a lot of different comebacks during the different races. For example, just the BC3 race, Rosen getting into first after that shock when it seemed that JX had everything in control with that blue onto Xander, able to salvage a bit of a race with that last trail onto Macy. The KC getting 2, 3, 4, 5 even after the shock. So yeah, just overall a lot of different moving pieces so far in this war. None of these players have been really underperforming. If you look at the indivs, you might see Pix, Kevin, and Barry being a bit farther down than the others. But even then, that's more so just comes with how tough the competition has been. Xander showing up quite a bit there, 61 points in. Oh, actually, no. And I believe indivs are wrong, actually. Never mind. I'm yapping at for zero reason, but regardless. A lot of these players showing up. I do believe we've seen almost everyone in the front so far, if not in the front, at the very least, making quite the impact when it comes to the mid pack. So a lot of these players showing up exactly when they need to. We're still at 5 in the room so far. No, I'm trying to keep you guys updated, but unfortunately, I don't really have anything to update you guys on. It's been radio silence for both teams, and the room is stuck at 5. So we'll just have to see how
I
we deal with this.
I am back. Thank you for holding it down for
No worries.
for a couple minutes. Looks like haven't
It's
made much progress
I
since
am quite
then.
good at yapping, so don't worry. I am comfortable with doing this. But yeah, as I stated, not much progress going on so far in the room. We still don't know who's subbing for picks. We still don't know if there is a sub for picks. So unfortunately, it looks like match 1 might last a whole lot longer.
Yeah, I mean, really do thank all you viewers for sticking around and waiting out these as we try to fix these problems and hopefully bring you guys a lot more MKWii, a lot more D1 finals, and get back to it. And we'll obviously keep you updated with any more updates as we get them. But I think you can probably maybe take a break at least for now and come back to you guys when there are 9 to 10 people in room and we're closer to getting started. If that's right with you, Scoped.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that. Actually, I'm starting to
All
run
right.
out of things to yap about, so
Yeah, let's do
We
that
could,
then.
yeah,
Awesome.
we can just take a little break, let you guys grab some snacks, grab some water. We'll keep you updated on potential subs if it does come down to it before there are 9 to 10 people. We'll keep you updated in the chat. But yeah, so far we're just gonna take a quick break. Gonna just make sure that we're all ready for the next well 2/3 of this war. Really, been a
Yep.
long coming.
Hang tight, guys. We'll be back. Welcome
And
back,
welcome,
everyone.
yeah, welcome back to the cast. So, thankfully, we did get a sub for picks in Nero, and I quickly want to mention this as Room is going to start shortly. Uh, JX's roster has been really thin this entire season. It's really showing. They've played their main four 11 out of the 12 matches that they've played, if you count semis as 2 matches. The only time that Nero came in is in a similar situation where Pix had to DC after GP1. So Nero came in the last two GPs, performed decently, 54 and 8, 27 points per GP at this level is definitely nothing to scoff at. But yeah, it's been the only time that he came in this entire season. So to come in the middle of Grands when you're down 20, that's definitely a lot of pressure for Nero.
Yeah, most definitely. He's gonna be he's pretty much thrown into the fire here, and he's gonna be uh really counted on to provide some support for JX and to keep their momentum going, hopefully, and help to fuel the comeback. He's barely played, like you said. They've JX has been using their main guys for essentially the entire season. Main Neuros subbed in for a few races here and there, a few GPs, but he largely has not played. So it will be interesting to see how he performs in a match with stakes this high. You know, obviously D1 finals, it's now do or die. So, and if you don't perform, I mean, that's your season, and you lose out on the banner. So, we'll see how he handles his pressure, and if he can be up to the task.
Yeah, Nero actually, gotta mention this, is a really old school player as well, and he came back to the game just recently. So to come back into D1 in these conditions, definitely quite unexpected. Gardens are going to be picked for this first race. Going to give him a bit of time to warm up a bit. Not too much tech going on in this track, thankfully. So a bit of a small blessing for him as he gets to warming up. But we'll have to see how AI handle this first race back into the fire after so many minutes spent waiting for that sub.
So we'll see. Running in the third place spots, gets the Shroom best. I think could have gotten there, takes the cut, gets into first early on. We'll see how long
And
he can hold on to one.
I do believe we should change POVs immediately since their Mur should just stay in first that entire lap. Really, all things considered, Macy stuck in the back a little bit. Single red in seventh. They're gonna try and red out Kevin there. Doesn't quite manage to hit. Both our POVs at the very top and at the very bottom. We do see fairly even spots for now. Pow can be a really good item though. We do
Yeah,
see
it
Macy.
definitely could. You can T-Powell's top spots. You could also prevent them from taking cut. You have a lot of options here, and yeah, we will see Macy powing a little after set here. Kevin going to be forced into his star, picks up the
Mur
ground shrooms, and
Mur
Macy going to try to get a dodge in 8, hopefully.
Gonna have to use it very early. She's still gonna be in 8th afterwards, but we do see Xander taking the Shroom Cut after Mur got slowed quite a bit. That bump by Xander is gonna matter a lot. Should stay into first. Actually, gonna have to slow down with that TC by Jeff. Blue is called. Great blue play by AI overall, getting Xander out of the fire. And now AI in really good spots coming into the end of his lap 2.
Absolutely, yeah, and see what Murray can do in 5th place. I can't really do much yet, at least with the blooper. He's kind of in no man's land. Macy was triple shrooms in 4th. See Kevin and Nero in 2 and 3. Both of
Oh,
them in
great star
stars.
split. Great star split by
Xander's going
Scamper.
to be
Great job.
pressured a lot here, and he's going to get starred top 2, and Macy hits the ground green, so it's a top 2 for JX. They played that really well, and we see
Yeah,
shot coming in. It's them out of their star, so we'll
I was
see if AI can make the comeback.
I was about to say that drop star means one thing, and that is that AI has the shock. We did see Barry dodge up into a star there. Not exactly sure where he is now. Rosen got hit out, and the fib by Macy. Macy hits the fib, unfortunately. Going to be a really close back at the end there. Barry actually also in the mid. They're only in third, so AI's going to have to salvage this great star by Macy. So should still be around top 3, 4, 5, 6 possibly for AI. So thankfully, salvaging that after an amazing star split on the side of GX there with Jeff and Nero, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was looking like it was gonna be really bad for Ava. They may have gotten at least a slight salvage. We'll see what the actual results are in the very end. But looking like Nero forming pretty well, at least his first race back. I mean, the real test will be when it comes to the tech tracks and they play those. So
Oh,
yeah, I
Barry,
mean,
Barry actually gets
good
into
break.
first. What?
actually turned into a 1-4-5-6 for AI. Like, that is not something I expected to happen after JX got into top 2
I
to win those 2 stars lap 3 and start out Xander. I thought they were gonna be able to take it home for sure, but that was
we
not
did
the case.
Yeah, we didn't see we saw Barry dodge late, but maybe just holding onto a golden for the end of lap 3 there. I swore I saw him in third up there, but maybe just battle glitch or some lag causing a bit of trouble. But yeah, Barry just getting first out of that. So out of a salvage from out of was supposed mid spot salvage from AI comes a pretty decent race, all things considered.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll see Moonview coming out for AI here, and on JX's side, looking like they're gonna be going Delphino, and I'll be back 1 second. Maybe
Don't worry, I can yap once again for just a little moment. But yeah, Moonview, Delphino Square, expected picks out of the two, and thankfully GX are able to catch a break as AI are now up 39 going into the next race. So they're finally above the 31 point threshold. Obviously, you don't want to just rest. You don't want to rest just yet, but at the very least, you have a full cushion guaranteed. If no pens, no matter what happens, you cannot get past in a single race. A great draft by Macy there on Barry getting into the top spot immediately. Should be 1-4 for AI. A good spread of top and bottom spots is exactly what you want on Delphino Square. Gonna have to dodge those triple nanas there. Maybe try a snipe in the stairway, but either way, great nana by Kevin there gets Spacey out, but Barry and Xander can manage to catch up right after. Gonna stay in 2-3-5. No item for Macy as we do see Murra taking the golden cut there. JX could be in top 2 after this, and they will be. Murra timing that golden to get the chain, going to be able to protect Kevin at least a little bit as Rosen gets up behind them. The two Daisy players back to back. We'll have to see if, speaking of which, if there's a back that's going to happen anytime soon. Do see Macy trying to shroom up, but getting redded on our other POV. Probably best to switch to her, seeing as Murra should stay in the top spot. I feel like I say that a lot when we're switching POVs, but regardless, Macy getting a bomb could be pretty good onto Nero there. Nero tries to schlag, but unfortunately going to be struck with that bomb, thankfully managing to dodge it. Rosen staying into third. JX is pretty broken in top 2 right now. Will be interesting to see if there's any way to come back up. Nero able to protect against that red before the cut. Xander taking mega cut as well. And
yeah.
JX's bagger into 10th. Sorry.
Oh, you're all good. Thank you. Yeah, just got back a second ago. So going into lap 3, Macy's in a pretty good spot with these triple shrooms. She can either chain these or try to get a dodge. It's something. Do you see Batter going forwards? Not sure exactly which bagger that
This
is.
it's Scamp.
Might
It's
be
Scamp.
Stamp.
He wasn't 10, and he is the first
So
one to
yeah,
go
so
back.
Scamp probably has shock. Jax most likely holding shock. So Macy gonna try to get up there and chain these shrooms. Gotta do something. Not sure where JX is gonna opt to shock. Probably around the double or something like that to prevent AI from potentially taking cut. We'll see. That's a
So 2 minutes.
great pull from Macy. Yeah.
Mega, but can't risk taking the cut knowing that they have the shock. That at least
Yep.
guarantees that they
Of
do
course.
have it. Xander, unfortunately, unable to pass the TC to Krusty, and there's a dodge late. AI are guaranteed bottom 2. Barry gets TS'd as well. So this is looking like an amazing race for JX after all that.
And that's the race they needed right there. You know, they've kind of been down this whole match. Obviously, with all the resets, this could be the race they needed potentially to get back in. There's still a lot of time to go. Still a handful of races left for them to turn this around.
Yeah, I mentioned at the start that AI were now above the threshold of 31 points that they need for the sake of like not getting swept back into a single race, but
Right.
that lead comes crashing down as Jax gets top 2-4-5 that race. Rosen barely managing to salvage that a little bit, but yeah, great job by Jax getting the shock, holding it, getting Kevin into a top slot at the end there, managing to get both Macy and Xander after the cut. That TC not helping one bit, but yeah, and also TSing Mary right there, guaranteeing that they get bottom 3.
Yeah, I mean that's that's really what they need to go. And now they can opt to go for potentially the BCWE pick that we were talking about earlier in the match with Murra being up there. We'll see which exactly track they have to go for. They do also have Moonview, uh, or looks like TF they're actually gonna opt to go for right here.
TF expected. They're in top 245. They prefer not risking the third box there. You got to consider that is Rosen in third. That's possibly the one person besides maybe Fox that's as consistent at the cut as Murray is. Daisy privileges happen, but Grumble Volcano is going to be the one chosen. A nice little break for AI after such a dominant race from JX.
Yeah, this is big. They were going to be in a very tough spot for TF as they were going to be having to deal with all the Jacksoners up there and command those tops early on. But GV, really good track for them to get shrooms, take the rock, all that stuff. We will see Murrah getting the 4th place box. Rosen, the only one up there for AI, trying to contest Jeff first and gets
And
him.
actually gets him as well, and backs Murrah out as well. Murrah was forced to use his shroom earlier, so now pretty tough spot. Granted, JX is going to should be able to get some shrooms into that. Bomb blows up onto Macy. That screen transition was really weird for a second, and Macy actually
No,
falls off. All right,
Macy hops off the track. Oh no.
let's switch back to Murrah. One person failing the rock as well, so Rosen should stay in first for now. Barry backing him up in fourth, and Xander actually in third. AI in a lot of the top spots now. Murrah in prime position to try and interrupt that with those reds. They could connect onto Barry here. After the back red, it does not connect, thankfully. Nero actually getting hit out. Jeff, that TC, a lot of chaos happening in the mid pack. That TC being passed around. And AI now pretty much in top 3. JX can be forced around. Murrah, their only hope so far with this room.
Yeah, that's really his way. And the blue is going to be key here, getting out AI. We'll see. Yeah, Rosen taking the blue. Murrah making the cut with these. Gets into second place. Xander holding it down in 1 for AI. So they're still in a great spot. And for JX, I hope you can get Shock and potentially some more blues onto Xander. Otherwise, it's going to be a free first for him, especially if Murrah can't get a shroom in second.
Macy was able to take the shroom cut, thankfully, but they're gonna have to hold that blue for Xander there. If there is a shock, and I do believe I'm not sure exactly what's going on in the bagging department. It seems both of them are sitting. Rosen hitting that fib. Unfortunately, Macy now all alone between Jeff and Murrah. Does Jeff take cut here? He does. Mega is called. That is definitely a JX call right there.
Yep,
Nero dodging in
absolutely.
Mega. Dodging in Mega and Star as well. That could be a really good race for JX.
It's not going to be too. It's going to be decent. Yeah, at least a 2-3, probably 2-3-4 potentially. Yeah, 2-3-4-5 actually. So yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Very good race for JX. And for AI's sake, they are very grateful that Xander was able to keep first. Otherwise, that could have been infinitely worse, and we could be looking at JX being up by more. But I mean, they're going to be up by a little bit now after we see this 2-5. So JX is making the comeback. I mean, this is certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Some people may have seen this coming, but yeah, this is why you play all the race. You play till race 12, and you don't give up any races whatsoever, especially in D1 finals. And JX is saying we are not going anywhere. We may have been down for most of this war. We may have had to reset like 3 different times, even though one was a mutual. But we're still right here, and we're making a statement.
Yeah, we mentioned that just one big race is all either team needs to swing the momentum they're in their way. And even though they started in 1-2-4 in top 2-4-5, even though Rosen immediately got up there, managed to get his team in the front, even through all that, the great shock use by them, dodging essentially 3 people. Xander thankfully having enough of a lead, but Rosen couldn't support him after hitting that back fib in the cave, so they're just forced to take that's 1-6-7-8. And now JX, for the first time in this war, is up and by 7. Oh, actually, not the second time. My mistake.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can continue their run on Moonview Highway, or if that track gets picked. AI trying to get DK Summit. They're hoping they can keep Xander in 1, but it's looking like it's gonna be
Moonview
yeah,
Highway that is
Moonview
picked.
Highway. JX's track pick here, really big for them. Let's see if they can keep up their run here.
If you wanna pick that up, I can take care of the solo cast for a moment.
Uh,
Alright, well, looks like it's back to just me, ladies and gentlemen. Literally the problem on Vinny's end, but we should be fine. So hopefully Jax are going to be able to get into their top spot at immediate TC third. Definitely not what you want to see. Xander gonna have to be pretty tough, gonna have a pretty big role to play. Rosen got hit out there, but unfortunately that golden is not gonna last for Murrah. We might want to switch to Macy's POV. Murrah should get stuck in the back for a little while. For once, the other way around. Xander stayed in first regardless. Unfortunate random green on the side of Macy, but really even double random green on the side of Macy. Goodness. Both our POVs now stuck in the back after all that. Unfortunately, gonna have to stay that way for a little bit, but it did look as if the spots were fairly even on both ends. That golden should allow Macy to get back up fairly easily, passing Nero at the very least. As long as Xander kept first, AI should be in a pretty decent spot now with AI in with Jex in bottom two. One of the baggers is really far gone. We'll have to see who it is right there. It is actually Scamp, far gone in ninth there, so high chance that AI also gets the shock here. Would be really good to happen. And we hit the blue car, unfortunately. Could probably switch to Mura for the start of that lap 3 as he gets up into 5th actually. We do see Barry and Xander still in the top spot here. I'm not exactly sure who is first so far. It's a bit of a mess there. Actually, I believe it is top 3 on the side. It is top 3 on the side of AI still, with Jeff in 4th. So if there's no shock for JX, unfortunate car hit there. Gonna be unfortunately slowed down by quite a bit. We do see Macy still gone in 8th, but AI holding the fourth in the top spot so far. I do believe that Xander got passed by Jeff there. Jeff causing a bit of chaos in the mid pack. Rosen, that red is going to connect through the cars as well. So a lot of chaos once again happening there. Kevin into 5th. Really even spots so far. We do see a late shock come out on the side of AI to dodge a Macy in a star. But with Rosen in the back, that's 2-3-4 on the side of AI. Really good race regardless, but great job by Jeff to get Alexander into first, able to salvage that race for JX. And right as we said that JX came back up into the lead, looks like AI is swinging the pendulum in the other direction. Shock, unfortunately, not used for anything more than getting Macy up there. Rosen head out at the end, but great job by Jeff to get up into first and salvaging that race for JX. And welcome back, Vinny.
Thank you. Yeah, really, thank you for getting this and getting this race. I had to turn off an alarm, but yeah, looks like a really good race for AI 234. So they're not done yet. They're not going to go quietly, and did a great job to stop JX's momentum, as they did have quite a bit of momentum for those last couple of races. But AI is starting to bring some of that momentum back as well as we head into these last few races. You're looking at the score down there. It's very, very close heading into race number 10. We'll see what track picks these two teams are going to go for here.
Yeah, 8th instead of 7th unfortunately means that JX, that AI are not able to catch up just yet. But once again, we're coming down to the last 3 races down the wire. 4 points means essentially nothing here, so we'll just have to see how both these teams stack up. Uh, RBC and Coconut Mall, there's a pick you're not used to seeing at such high level.
And let's see, yeah, which one the game pick. JX pretty good at CM. I see them picking it quite a bit in when they do get into top spots. They're very good at driving it, very good at the mechanics, and that's what we see here. Coconut Mall being picked, coming
Jeff
in.
have Jeff having quite the experience on those on this track overall. Anybody that's seen his Shroomless Lines video can tell that he's probably one of the most consistent drivers when it comes to that, so should be pretty confident in the top spots there. Macy
Definitely.
getting a box in third at the start. No Shroom, unfortunately. We'll have to see if they're going to pay the luck here, but bumps out his teammate, unfortunately, and one of GX's member probably one of GX's member goldening up almost immediately.
And a great pull from Macy, getting the Mega in Fizz, so depending on where some of Jax is at, she
Nero
might be able to do some slagging if
Nero was the
even
one
near.
goldening up there. Jeff hitting the back green and the ground red hitting Xander right after. Macy is now the only one in
That
this
was
top 3.
amazing. That was an amazing job, and that puts JX in an amazing spot, especially on a running track like CM. They're already starting to break away in the top 2, and if you're AI, gotta be trying to cycle for blues if JX isn't holding it already, and hoping that Scamp can get shot after touching some boxes.
And
Gotta imagine, or
we're holding the
or
Mega.
Ethan, I meant. Meant
We're
to say
holding the Mega
Ethan,
on the
but
side of Macy. We're chaining for that shock. Mur's going to be able to shroom up, and now all of JX should be, or at least close within that top 5. Macy actually using that Mega almost immediately. Blue is called, going to be able to squish Nero right after. Actually, might not be able to do so, unfortunately, due to lag. But Jeff should stay in first after all of that. One of the baggers, actually, both baggers are still sitting at the set. Not exactly sure if anyone has pulled it just yet. Good avoidance by Macy there,
oh,
goodness.
that was so close. That kind of scared me for a second, but she does a great job of avoiding that car. You just see Jeff still just running on first. He's not going to be losing that unless there's one more blue or late shot,
Mm,
red shot, something like that.
something
So, I
along those
mean,
lines. Good job avoiding that POW there, double fib on the turn. Neither Mura nor Rosen have taken cuts, so it should still be 2-3 on the side of AI there.
which
Both
honestly
baggers
is
still
fine. I
sitting at
mean, that's not even the worst thing ever. If you can get a 2-3 off this, that could be a good salvage for AI.
yeah, Shock is still not pulled on either end, or at least doesn't look like it. And right as I say this, Shock is used. Not exactly sure who dodged in the back. Let's switch to Mer's POV to see really quickly who dodged in the mid pack. I do believe it is possibly Kevin. It is Kevin getting up there, so it's going to be well, actually maybe 145. It should be 145 on the side of JX. Barry getting 6 there. So once again, really even race between those two teams. Getting that shock late, allowing Kevin to get back up there, getting a bit more points. Murr was not able to catch up to Rosen regardless, so good salvage in spite of that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And these races are fine if you want. I mean, obviously you'd like bigger races if you were either JX or AI, but try and do some damage control. Yeah, the 1-4-5-6, that's you will definitely take that. If sorry, words are hard. If you're
No worries.
JX, you are definitely happy with this, especially on your track big. But it's up to AI now to reverse this latest trend of JX starting to dominate these races in the front. And and they've definitely got a tall task, couple left. But if there's any team that can do it and come back, get a late comeback against JX, it's definitely AI. And they're only down by 11, so it is by no means over with just a couple of races to go.
Yeah, there's still definitely no way to call this just yet, but we saw it. Nero and Jeff were pretty much gone up there the entire race. Obviously, Nero golden up there before the blue, but Jeff was just able to stay in the front that entire time. That back onto I believe was Barry and dropped to ground red onto Xander. Definitely doing quite a bit of work in the mid pack, and Toad's Factory being picked is definitely going to help JX's chances of keeping that lead going into the last two races. Should be able to see if Macy's able to follow. Oh, Vinny is muted once again, so looks like I am once
I'm
again
back,
going.
sorry. It was
All
a
right, no
split
worries, no worries,
second, but I'm here still. Don't worry.
no worries. Macy immediately getting up there. Golden in 5 by Mura is absolutely huge, though. Should be able to support Nero and Jeff. JX now into top 4. That bomb not going to connect onto anyone, thankfully for JX.
Yeah, that's huge because they found themselves in top 3 early on. They can just run this race of TF and hopefully Scamp can keep it shockless. And if that is the case, they will be chilling with Murrah holding this room in third as well. He
Yeah.
can maybe try to trade this out for another item to do some schlagging. Oh, that
Bomb,
bomb though,
bomb,
that ends up connecting. That was a massive bomb from AI, I would imagine.
and Pan Pow right after. Pow red
How
as well.
that is
Right as
huge from AI.
Right as we mentioned that AI was going to have a lot of trouble getting back up there. But nice bomb onto Barry, by the way. But immediate response from AI, bomb into Power Red means that they're able to get up into those top spots, spamming those greens. Rosen barely able to scrape by, and AI now in 2-3. Thankfully, Jeff able to keep that top spot as Barry is head out of that top 5.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see what happens
Oops.
going into lap 3, but this
Kevin
top
actually
2 from AI could definitely stand up if Kevin can't
Kevin
hit these with these greens.
Kevin actually gets head out, so yeah, it's top 2 for AI after all that. So, and that TC is not going to help. TC doesn't pass. Kevin gets head out, and that blue is really big for GX there. Xander's going to be going to lose his first place. Macy getting back up there. Nero's TC cancelled by a star, but Macy's going to have a lot of work to do on this last leg of a race.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Her hands are gonna be very full. We just see a late shot coming in. I mean,
AI
PF
shock.
didn't really do too much. Yeah, gets JX after said Nero and Mura, and we'll see if
No
AI has
dodges.
anything to come up. Yeah, no one dodging.
Barry
Barely
shrooming
comes
up.
up in the end. Top 2, it's like 5
5.
or
Top 2.
5. Yeah.
Top 2 5. I do believe that is
Yep.
7th on the side of Xander. So even with JX, it's crazy to think JX was in top 3 with a Shroom in that top 3 after at the end of lap 1, and within what felt like moments, it slipped away, and AI was just able to get back up there. And even though they lost quite a bit of momentum once again at the start of lap 3, they were just able to keep some top shots late shock at the end, uh, slowing down Mura and Kevin enough for Barry to catch up. And yeah, that's top two, 5-8 on the side of AI. It should be pretty much exactly even as we come into the last race. You can't ask for a better end to this match one.
You really can't. You really can't. This is what you want to see if you're a viewer. D1 finals, a match and a match one, it being neck and neck. That was exactly what AI needed. They rose
Oh,
up to the task on JX's track pick, nonetheless, of Toad's Factory. I mean, they were top three going into lap two, and
oh,
they
I
just
sorry. I've
put
been
in the work.
informed in the D1 rep chat that apparently we're missing a race on the table, so it seems like one of the teams already won. Actually, that's
Oh, wait, what?
that's unfortunate. I think we're missing a race on the table. Actually, I'm so sorry to inform, but GGs have been called out on the side of D1 rep chat, and JX won by two.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry, viewers. I was not aware of we were
Yeah,
not aware of this in the cast. So apparently this match has already been decided, and JX took match one. So we're gonna go into match
yeah.
two, literally right after this. But sorry, that was pretty
No, apologies.
anticlimactic.
With all the yeah, unfortunately, with all the resets, it just it we unfortunately lost track of the races, so we got kind of blindsided by all of this.
Yeah. Well, so I guess that's that. So now AI is gonna have to win match two to send it to match three and keep their season alive. And for JX, they've got all the momentum in the world right now. They're gonna try to go for a 2-0 in match two, but if they don't, they still have match three to potentially take it home. But I mean, it was decided by what we were saying, 2 points. That's it. I mean,
Yeah, 2 points.
that's as
We,
close as it can get. So
yeah,
it
we've seen
was,
it
yeah,
overall.
and it just
Just
shows you how pretty even these two teams are. We said this a bunch. I'm sorry, we sound like a broken record, but that really is the case, and the final score reflects that. I would expect nothing less for match two. Probably a pretty evenly match again. But yeah, and with the AI apparently taking a -5 penalty, or the -5 is the BC3 differential, not pen, so ignore that. But yeah, very unfortunate if you're AI, and if you're JX, it's a pretty good comeback they made considering they were down the first half as well, but they really turned it on in the second half. And that's just a testament to how good JX is and their skill set and how long they've been playing the Ken that they have. So yeah, I
yeah,
mean, what are your thoughts scoped on this match?
I mean, overall, now that we know that the table is like now that we know that it was last race, that shock makes a lot more sense since it was essentially the only way that AI could have possibly won this, getting good items after the fact. Thankfully, Mur and Kevin were able to keep somewhat good spots to get up there, to stay up into that top four, able to deny AI the win. But yeah, that shock by AI makes a lot more sense considering.
Yeah, definitely. Once we know now what the case was, what the circumstances are, which we didn't before this, yeah, it does make sense. But yeah, please stick around, guys. We have match two coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere. Will AI be able to come back, send it, and force a match three, or is JX gonna 2-0 this and take home yet another banner? Guys, we'll have to stick around to find out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, overall, I gotta say, match came down to the wire. We expected both of those teams to be able to stick up to just stay up there the entire match, and that's exactly what happened. Neither team gave way even a single time. We went past that 31-point threshold and it was immediately snatched away by JX. That Delphino Square race definitely turned the tides for that entire war, able to get back up the momentum during that last leg of the war and just snatch away that win by 2 points. But overall, great play by Jax. Just staying composed the entire way through, even with AI's lead early on, and just managed to snatch it away. Great plays of both teams so far, and I do hope we'll see the same for match two and potentially three if it does come to that.
Yeah, and since they do have to go through Kanye's list, I don't know if we want to take a break again, go to a little intermission, or is there anything else you want to talk about just real quick?
Uh, I do think that maybe is uh, an intermission is warranted, seeing as the fact that we're still connecting to the room.
All right, we'll do that then. Yeah, we'll take a little break and then we'll come back to you guys when we're about ready to start match 2. Please stick around, guys, and thank you for being patient with us.
Everything. All right, welcome back. We should get started anytime soon. Nero should stay in for picks since he's unable to connect. Unfortunately, due to my own little CTL match, I'm unable to cast match 2. Should come back for match 3 if it does happen. But in the meantime, you'll have fellow Frenchman Fatal to sub in for me. Hello, Fatal.
What's up, everyone? Fatal here, taking over Scoped for the time being. So hope you guys are having a good stream so far. And we're looking to get into some more MKWii with this match 2 of this Grand Finals D1 between AI and JX. Hope you guys are
Yes.
ready for that.
Yeah,
Hope,
it should be a good one.
hopefully it'll be
Definitely.
a bit less of a mess than match 1, but regardless, I leave you in
Yes.
good hands, and I will maybe see you in around an hour. We'll see.
All right.
Yeah, let's hope it goes a lot smoother. No, please, no resets this time. Let's have a clean match 2, and let's not have it take 2 hours to get done. So, yeah, thank you, Fatal, for hopping on. Really appreciate it for
You're
getting here
welcome.
into
You're
match
welcome.
2. And I know you said you watched match 1, so you obviously know JX won by 2 points. AI now has to win in order to keep their season alive and win this second match. They're going to be playing with a lot with a lot more pressure and a lot more. And it's going to be a lot more drastic for them. So we'll see if they are up for the see if they rise to the challenge and can take home this second match.
I think also an important point on this is that JX definitely got a lot of momentum from that match 1, especially since they were down by a bit. I think like midway through the war, and JX pulling a very good comeback to just take the match home. So let's see if they can keep that momentum going.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're starting off on Sherbet Land. We give you Murr's POV and Macy's as well. Same POVs as last match. Murray gonna opt to go for the 4th place box. Pulls a bomb. Could be really good. We've seen Macy. Couple AI guys up here. Neuro, driving with the TC. Bomb snipe attempt. He's gonna get him. Great bomb
Gonna get
onto
Xander out
Xander.
of there. Rosen and Macy shrooming? Oh no, Macy was up there the entire time, but Rosen was able to shroom up, so we see an early top 2 for AI.
Yeah, no item for Murrah, so he's just gotta play defense against these back spams. Great job avoiding the Nana on the red, and great double backing
An early
from AI
blue.
Blue coming on. Yeah, that's gonna get Macy out of one. Kevin streaming up in the second. Nice fit from Rosen though. Gets him back.
Really good play.
And Murrah did get the TC off into Macy. Gonna avoid that. And just gonna sit comfortably in these mid spots as Jeff takes over 4th place.
I'm gonna see Macy getting TC'd though because of
That
that
bomb though was
blue.
crazy.
And
I'm sorry I didn't mention that, Emil, but that bomb onto Jeff was wild. I'm not sure who threw that, but insane bomb that was.
pack is starting to split quite a bit, but JX having favorable spots right now. 2, 3, 4. With we have Rosen holding down the 4th and 1st up there. You see if he's able to extend his break by hitting some of the JX players back behind him. And also, we didn't take a lot of bagging battle, but one of the baggers is sitting in the middle of the track. Can't quite see what it is yet. A golden and 6. Oh, Mason
Oh
getting bumped
no,
off.
that's so bad. Yeah, Macy potentially could have gotten in at least second, if not first. Nice bomb from
Another
Murrah
bomb.
onto Xander. So many
Murrah.
bombs this race. It's crazy.
That power is huge. They could do something to Rosen with it.
Yeah, they're
He's gonna try
going
to
for
get
the
him on a
T-pile.
turn, but
Ends up
there's a
T-piling his
shot coming in
teammates
from
though.
AI, double dodging. Macy in a bill and Barry in a star.
Yeah, this should
And
be
I
a
saw
big race
someone
for
else dodging
AI.
too in the mid pack. Xander also dodged. That's a triple dodge for AI. Massive
This
shock from Krusty.
Oh, Neuro
Nero's gonna be
gonna
able to
get
shroom up.
into second. So kind of solid for JX, but that's still a 1-3-4-5 for AI. So a great winning race. But if Neuro didn't get up there, shooting a second in the last second, that could have been a top 4 for AI. So kind of the best of a bad situation for JX at the end. But another strong start from AI, and this is kind of what we saw last match. We're seeing a little bit of deja vu um, here in early match 2.
Very strong start from AI right there. Just taking over top spots immediately at the beginning. And also Rosen shrooming up. Despite an early blue, Rosen was still able to hold first the entirety of the race, and it was just a matter of a shock from Krusty to give the chance for his teammates to get back up there, and we see 1-3-4-5. Massive race to start off. And this is
Yeah,
exactly what AI wants, especially after
yeah.
what happened at the end of the previous match with GX, just snowballing pretty much to pull the comeback and take the first match.
Absolutely. After getting punched in the mouth by JX, that's the response you want to see from AI, and you're hoping they can continue that at least for this first GP and build on that really good first wave. So we're gonna opt for DK Mountain. You know, Rosen really likes to drive that track, and the rest of AI good at it as well. They're in this prime starting positions for DKM. So we'll see if they can get their track pick, and JX opting to go for Delphino, and it's gonna be Delphino. So JX able to get their track pick. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. And yeah, if you're AI, gonna have a couple of people drop definitely at first set. Gotta try to contest for that Aether. Hopefully either get Bill and JX gonna do the same thing. But I would expect to see Rosen maybe try to let Macy draft him. We will see what goes down.
We'll
Dead
see
Meat
which
by
team gets the
Murrah.
best of this first set, because this map is pretty much built around this first set and who is able to take double and be in the top spots after double lap 1.
That's an amazing pull for Macy there. Is going to be able to take the double and get right back up into the top spots. And should be able to get that item at the last set after the double.
You have AI taking double early on.
Yep.
An early top
three.
3.
Mm-hmm. Really good. Macy has a great.
And
Not sure if any other AI has shrooms or not in second or third. But this might be an opportunity to do a little bit of double bagging if they have other protection. But yeah, it looks like Rosen going
one
to get
bagger
redded
is
out.
broken away in 10. It's Scamp, and he's had Murrah mega Scamp, so in order for him to lose Bill without having to fall off later on. Because JX is definitely going to need that shot, because AI is having the better spots right now.
And you're thinking JX getting those dodges right now. We see Murrah switching to Murrah. He's got triple shrooms. He can just take the double, but maybe someone else has dodged or not. Good power evasion, and he's going to be able to make it onto the other side. Able to survive the bump from Barry. Takes the double, finds himself in 4th place. And he gets more triple shrooms. Wow, jackpot pull there from Murrah. As
And now it's a matter of
AI.
if he's able to survive that 1v3 up there.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. And I think maybe at least one of them could have shrooms. He ends up getting redded out pretty early, so he'll be forced to burn 1 shroom.
Xander doing what he needed to do to give his teammates in top 2 a break.
Yep, most definitely. These triple reds are going to be good from Xander, but none of them are connecting onto Kevin. Backward attempt, unsuccessful. We'll see Murrah going for the double here.
Scamp is going forwards. And there's a shot from J. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. Because I'm not really sure, because I don't think I saw Ethan spinning. And I think they tried to get Barry after the shortcut.
Interesting.
I think that was it.
See if this red will connect onto Macy. It will.
It does.
And then give Murrah 2nd place. 2-3.
2-3-4 for JX.
Mm-hmm.
JX is going to end up getting a good race out of that.
That's a good response race from them, too, on their track. Yeah, that shot was interesting. It almost worked out at least okay for Murrah, but it was almost really good. He was able to get that shroom at the entrance of cut. Obviously, when you're small, you can't make it all the way across, but he didn't lose at least a whole bunch of time. He did definitely lose quite a bit of time, but that's definitely an acceptable outcome if your Murrah was able to end up getting 2nd place. And yeah, the 2-3-4-7, good. That's a good response from JX. So they're not letting AI get too far out in front early on, keeping it really close. And that's what we saw, like I said, very similar to match 1. JX, while they were trailing, they were able to keep AI pretty close to them, which is, when you're down, that's really all you can do, especially finals match, as you wait to kind of make your move, perhaps in the later stages of the war.
I'm really curious about that shot, because I'm really confused, because we didn't really see anyone dodge up, and in the end, it just ended up being a good race for JX still. We saw Scam going forwards, but I don't know if it was in order to drop a star, or if it was just trying to. I don't know what was happening, but when shock happened, I didn't see Krusty spin out. So I don't know if it was an AI shock to prevent the JX players from taking cut. I really don't know whose shock was that. I'm not really sure, but
Me too,
it ended up really working out for GX at the end, with Murrah pulling a red and getting Macy out of 2nd.
Yeah, moving on to Koopa Cape now. This is kind of pretty even for both teams. This is decent. First can hopefully get greens. Dushroom 2nd place as well. But Murrah gonna have to concede first to Barry. Got a good start, but Barry still ends up staying in 1. 5th snipe attempt gonna be unsuccessful, as Barry's just gonna drive in 1 for now, trying to hide what item he has. Jeff is able to get into first though with some shells to help protect himself.
Oh, that's a huge pull from Murrah there. gonna be able to take over first. Yeah, Jeff is gonna let him ahead. Early top 2 from GX.
And now Murray
Well
can
played on their end.
just focus on driving and can dodge blue if it were to come. When we see start drop from baggers, it'd be good if Scamp could drive. It's like they're just dropping shrooms for now.
I think Ethan is trying to drop a star.
Yep, we're just gonna take the cut in 1 and continue to break away.
Extend
Maybe
his
we could switch
lead.
to AC potentially and see what's going on in the mid pack. Is she's gonna chain the blooper for a mega? So that's a good pull. See if she just tries to get up there with JX, or is gonna hope that maybe Ethan can pull shock.
So far, a pretty favorable spots for JX. We saw Narrow shrooming up, take over third or fourth. Can't quite see, but a TC from Jeff passing into Macy. This is huge. Macy's gonna have to use a mega.
He's gonna wait and try to fall all the way back.
Sitting
to
for eighth place. Well, the baggers are. One of the baggers has the shock. They're both.
That could indicate that AI has shock potentially.
Yeah, Macy sitting in eighth is definitely a sign of that.
Yeah,
we'll see what they do with it.
Maybe they're gonna use it here. Probably. Yep, we'll see.
Yeah, shock coming in.
And the golden, that's a jackpot chain for Macy.
I think that's another triple dodge from AI. I think I saw Xander dodging up there, and I think Rosen also dodged. It's massive shock.
Macy can just get into second place. They're not going to catch Murrah unless they get blue. Macy kind of flubs the end of that a little bit, but still a 2-3-4, 5 for AI. You might as well just let Murrah have 1 and then just go for the 2-5 unless you get a very, very loud second blue, which that's not going to happen.
They're just going to do everything they can to hold on to these spots.
Right, but I don't know if they can avoid these reds, though. They do, wow. Macy ends up breaking.
She's able to.
It's the blue, not going to do anything.
And JF streaming up at the end.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate last pull. You couldn't really do anything for Macy. You knew people were going to pass you. If you got shrooms, obviously, you would have kept that 2-5. But you'll still take I think a 2-3-4-7, I want to say.
With how the beginning of the race looked like, it's definitely a very good result for AI right there.
Yeah.
JX was able to take over the top spots quite quickly at the beginning, with Jeff taking Shroomba and Murrah pulling the shrooms early to get into first with shrooms.
Wait. They just got top 2 actually. I completely misread. That's
what happened to Murrah?
I'm not sure. I thought Murrah was taking home 1 there. I didn't really flip the mini map.
Maybe Murrah got redded out.
But yeah, Murrah died at the end somehow, and AI ends up getting a really good race there. That's really. I wish we could have seen what happened at the end. I wasn't really paying attention, at least to Murrah's POV, but that completely changes things. So now, yeah, we'll see. AI.
We thought for sure that Murrah was going to have a safe first with the break that he had.
Well, he had a pretty good break going into the last turn, if I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, he's the second.
I don't think AI was actually trying to play for top 2. They were just trying to play to get alt mid.
Yeah.
And they somehow got Murrah out of there.
Then great job then by AI. We head into race 04 as we see GSC and MC coming out for JX and Moonview Highway for AI. And this will be GC and Mario Circuit.
Another reset track.
Yeah, we've seen some of those early on reset tracks. As we go into race 4, staying on Macy's POV, we'll see her hopefully get shrooms, hopefully can get Aether, or maybe even get the bill last as well, which would really help out Ethan. Yeah,
Macy's
this is going to be a free
8th place box. The shrooms. Maybe looking to get up there.
Yeah, just taking the cut. He's going to chain the shrooms. Yeah, try to get something good as well. More triple shrooms. More Macy.
Spots looks pretty mixed so far.
Yeah, pretty even spread early on. See, one bagger uses Bill, looks like, and one bagger is just gone in 10. It's Scamp. So, find the JX
most likely to pull the shock.
Yep. Oh, Barry gets him
Barry gets
right in the middle cut. But I think he had more shrooms to recover, so it's not the worst. This red's going to be able to hit Kevin,
Kevin.
as it's really just
Xander is
Jeff
in
and
first.
from for JX at least. 1-3 for AI. We head to lap 3. JX is going to... And Murrah does have Bill. We're seeing on the other POV. So this could be big, assuming JX does have... Goes into the grass, though. And fall back to 7th. And Pack is still close enough to where...
See,
that
we're
could
Shroom in
do
third.
a lot of damage if we were to see a Bill dodge.
We'll take into first.
And we are...
And
Yep,
GX Shock.
Shock coming in. Murrah dodges in Bill. Pow
Also
and Blue coming
Kevin.
in.
And Blue, too.
This is, yeah, really bad for Macy. She's going to be all the way back to 8th place. Murrah...
But AI's still in good spots, though.
Yeah, they're still in top 2. Although this sure Murrah could get second here. But maybe not, actually.
No, you can't. You can't.
Wow.
Wait, actually, I don't know. Barry, what happened
I
to
think Barry
Barry?
got second
Was
still.
was that lag, or was it just Barry messing up at the end? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he still got second, at least from what I saw. I think that was still a top 2 from AI. I thought for sure, though, Murrah was going to be able to pass Barry, but I don't know. I think Barry still somehow kept second after all that, which is very surprising. Maybe Murrah tries to go tighter of Barry there rather than wide. I don't know. But with kind of Australian lag, you kind of got to play a little differently. Or no, Barry does end up getting bumped in one. So 2, 3, 5, 8.
5, 8.
Yeah, it's so hard to see with like lag at the end what actually happens to the players unless you're actually watching their POVs. But yeah, so pretty even race. And we've seen
very
a lot
even
of
race, despite
even
a
races.
huge JX Shock, who ended up dodging two of them. But AI was still able to be up there after that shock.
And their funnel presence really is really the key there, because I mean a lot of them were still up there too, even with JX using the shock. It didn't do too much damage. Really, it was just Murrah they had to worry about as he dodged the shock. But they had enough guys up there to still at least make it an even race in the end, even though that really could have been a big race for JX had they would have gotten more out of the shock or more dodges. And,
I wonder also if Kevin was caught in the blue.
That could be, yeah. We saw Macy stop with the blue, try to get JX caught in it, so that very well could have happened, definitely.
We see gold mine from JX being picked.
Yeah, and with being 8, they can go up the half pipe, try to get a Bill help their bagger up. That's what Macy's gonna do as well. It does get the box. We'll stay with Murrah though. See if he can get a good start. Keep up with the top 2. Still a 2-3 early on. See what Jeff gets. That's going to be pretty important. See if he can out first. Oh, the fib. That was a good attempt, but the fib doesn't hit. Good attempt. Nero gets taken out by the green. 2-3 for JX.
Rosen's still able to hold on to first. No, not
Jeff
quite. I think Jeff drafted.
Good job by Jeff.
Drafted.
Fair green snipe attempt. Doesn't hit, though, unfortunately.
Something surprising, we didn't see anyone getting up there at the beginning of gold mine, which is usually something that happens a lot. A huge green by Jeff right there.
Oh, that was so good. That's a huge play from Jeff to get
take Rosen out
there. You see a lot of people coming up, though, trimming up Barry and Macy. And Murray ends up getting hit by the green and bumped off the track when he had triple shrooms. So now AI is starting to turn it in their favor a little bit. Jeff now has got to deal with Macy and Barry, but also has Neuro to help him out, hopefully, with this red. Could be big. With this mega pull from Macy.
Huge mega pull from Macy.
Hang on to who has shock, if anyone even has shock right now.
I think Scamp is in 10th right now.
Macy going to use the mega, change it in 4th. Single red. Was hoping to get the blue there if it's not being held.
We're trying to chain for blue.
He didn't mega Neuro, so Neuro could red Macy potentially. Although I think he died, maybe.
2, 3, 4. We see a mega coming in from Rosen behind.
Yeah, this is good if you're AI. If you can keep this 2, 3, 4 in this last turn, you will definitely take it and just let Jeff have one.
We might see a late shock. Barry got taken out in blue. Oh, it's not barely gonna pass the line. Oh, Barry gets blue on the line.
Barry got hit on the line, though. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
Did he get last off of that?
He got. I think he got 7 because I'm pretty sure I saw Nero getting hit off at the end. But wow.
that blue lag or something onto Barry, it looked like? Or did he get hit by bombers? I mean, we saw him spinning there spinning there like it was the
I
blue
think the blue
explosion.
lagged onto Barry, unfortunately for him.
Yeah. That's really tough. I mean, that's something that you really just can't do much about. But when you get blue literally right on the line, your teammates are all around you. There's not much you can do. I mean, if you
But
stop
still,
for too
two,
long, they
three,
still get 2 3
four.
4. Yeah, that's still really good. You will definitely that's the best outcome you were gonna get if you're AI. But you just can't do much about a blue hitting literally directly on the line. And there's there's really not anywhere for Barry to go. He kind of just had to take the brunt of that full force, unless he came to a complete stop, which then you're still losing like the same amount of time almost. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. But yeah, you'll definitely take that if you are AI.
Very good results considering that GX was again. I mean, was it seems like it's been the what's been happening in this war so far. Whenever GX are in top spots, AI has just managed to salvage something out of the situation.
Yeah, they've been very good at doing that in this best of three finals, as we see them up 169 to 136 as we go into race 5. What have you seen fail from both these teams early on, and what do you think they need to do differently in order to be successful the rest of this way?
I mean, to be honest, I think at this level, especially at the level that both these teams are, it's very hard to like get some like very big races because they know how to play their game. They know how to play their game, and they're gonna try to get the best out of every situation they have. So it's very hard for at this level to like see consistent top threes, top fours, top two fours. We see it might be a reset, by the
Yeah,
way.
looks like they're resetting. Everyone's sitting online, unfortunately.
It's a reset on this side of JX. It was called in D1 chat by Pix. So we're
More
gonna have to
delay.
wait to see the rest of this match. But what we've seen so far is even though AI has a 33-point lead going into race 6, I still think this is pretty even. I still think this is pretty even between these two teams in the front. I think we've seen both AI and JX being in top spots like pretty equally. Like there's not like one team that's been up there more than the other.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
I think one matter about this match is that I feel like AI has been able to use deadlier shocks than JX has been able to. We saw 2 shocks from AI that were able to make him to get them a triple dodge out of it. The first one on on Sherbet Land, we saw triple dodge on the first race, and then also on KC.
Yep.
And I think this is pretty much the biggest races that they got in the biggest races that we saw in this war so far. But otherwise, the rest of it has been pretty close. So
It really has, yeah. That's definitely could not agree more. It's neck and neck, and we saw there the last match coming down to the wire. Jags just winning by 2, and and I was talking with Scoped about this last match. I mean, it in matches like this, it really just comes down to who can execute the best, like the little plays, the ones that should be made, and not making like silly errors or mistakes that would end up costing you in a match like this. And when it comes to that, I mean, D1 teams shine the most in those and making sure they limit those errors as much as possible. But yeah, it's just so much time to go, so it can the pendulum can swing either way, and JX certainly is within striking distance still, as they were down by a similar number in match 1 and ended up making the comeback and winning it.
it's definitely far from over, and especially knowing JX and the experience that they have, they're just not gonna be demotivated by losing by a certain amount at a certain point of a war. They will still believe that it's possible in
Hmm.
any way.
For
So
sure.
they know. I mean, they definitely have the power to bring this back for sure. I mean, also the reset might be also a good time for them to maybe see what they can try to do better. as a whole team. But I mean, at this level, it's just like who can make the better plays and who can bring the more points to his team and how to play around the situation that you're dealing with. And both these teams are able to do it very well so far.
Yep. 100. Yeah, 100%. As we see, JX Team Match Spot's gonna be getting a new host, and hopefully we can get them all joining the room very fast to get back to match play.
They might have
I've
to
been
redo
waiting.
Condies though, right?
They
Not
might.
sure.
I don't know exactly how the Condies thing works, or if they have to do it every single time or not. But if so, that's just gonna waste even more time. Which I apologize again for everyone watching. Do thank you guys for watching this. The D1 finals, and at least it's been close. I mean, if this was like a complete blowout, this would just be infinite. This would just be infinitely worse. But at least it's a close match, and it's still entertaining when they are playing. So it kind of makes these delays worth it, at least in some sense, in some regard. Which is all you can ask for, really. I see them joining back room now. Looks like. Hopefully that's a pretty fast. A pretty
I
fast.
don't know if there's going to be also any changes from especially GX side. I don't know if they're going to try to get picks back in the match or not. I really don't know. I have no insight on that. We'll see as the players join in.
Mm-hmm. If they do get picks back, that would be huge. Is that gives them a lot more help in the right department. But Neuro seems to be holding his own pretty well. I mean, for barely playing the game and just being thrown into a D1 finals match just like that, I think he's done pretty well. But it definitely would help them to have Pigs, one of their most important runners and a key member of their success this season. Well, we will see if he is
Nero
able
has
to come
been
back.
Nero has been pretty impressive because he just came back to the game recently, probably like a couple months ago. And this is literally, I'm pretty sure this is literally his first match back in JX, and he just thrown into the Sharks in a Division 1 final. And I mean, he's
Pretty much
doing really good so far. He's
he
really not like he doesn't really seem like inferior to the other players. He's actually keeping up, and this is a really good thing for JX.
And
But
it's so
Pix,
easy like this to just fold under pressure and let it get to you, but he doesn't seem to be doing it, at least from his gameplay.
he seems really confident in what he's able to do. So this is really a good thing for JX. But we'll see if they hop to do a chain to do a sub or not. Just gonna depend on if Pix is able to play or not. But yeah, even though Pix is it's definitely been a staple for JX for the last few months and a very very consistent player for them. I don't think from what I've seen, having him out for Nero is not big trouble. It's not giving JX a lot of trouble. So we'll see
No,
what they
yeah.
do.
Looks like he is coming back in.
Yeah,
So
Pix
we're gonna
coming
try
back.
picks. Gonna try picks again. Which like we said, that's gonna really help JX out a lot. And hopefully he's able to stay in the room this time. Hopefully he doesn't have any more issues with his power or his internet.
Yeah,
And
hopefully.
yeah.
It's definitely gonna make the match even more interesting than it already is.
Yep.
And we'll see. We'll see if he's able to actually make a huge impact in this match.
Yeah,
Just like
he's definitely
Nero,
capable.
honestly, probably. I mean, just like Nero probably did last match too, because with swimming picks out for Nero and being able to play without like connection troubles, I feel like that also helped JX. And with JX being able to pull a comeback by summing out picks, that shows that no matter who they have as their fourth, either picks or Nero, they're just able to perform. So
Yeah,
we'll
all of
see
them are
if
able to perform. They can slide in easily, and them having a lot of chem with each other just helps tremendously. and all that stuff. They might have to be changing hosts though. I'm looking at you in chat saying that Macy cannot join the room, so they're gonna have to get another host so that Macy can join. Which yeah, they are gonna do. And we'll see if everyone is able to join the room now. And
We
go from
apologize for the
there.
delay, but we're gonna we're gonna get back into this very soon.
Yeah. I mean, going on almost 2.5 hours now of when this first started. And we're in the second match, but it's only like played 5 races, so
I
shouldn't
mean,
be a lot further on, but we can't do anything about internet and stuff. It happens, and so you just have to deal with it sometimes.
the more kiwi we get, the happier people are, right?
Well, hoping, I think people would definitely be a lot happier if there were no more delays and we can actually be focusing on the actual gameplay and stuff, which is what y'all
Yeah.
can watch rather than just hearing us talk about some stuff just while we try to fill the void.
Yeah, just waiting and yapping at things just to keep the interest going. But I guess having those times can give us the time to analyze, I guess, the match and the lineups, the players. But I think I think we've had enough time so far to do so. But I don't know what else we can think of talking about this match.
Yeah, I know
Um,
she's trying one more time to rejoin, and if not, then they're gonna um okay, I don't know. And brain fart, but other than that, they're just gonna change host if Macy can't rejoin Jeff. Have someone else on Jay as host. So and I guess for now we can talk about World Cup. So I was talking with Scoped a little bit about his take on the World Cup, but Fatal, what are your what is your take on the 2025 World Cup upcoming? I know you're playing for Team France. I think Scope might be on that team too, but are looking forward to it, or how are you going to approach this World Cup this year?
I mean, trying definitely to get some good performances for sure. Because we've been struggling for the past few years. Um, this is my on a personal side. This is my second World Cup on Team France, and I was able to play the last one, which I think, even though we were out after the I think the Swiss format. Was it the Swiss format? It was called. I don't remember the Swiss stage. There you go. Despite being eliminated from the World Cup in 2023 in Swiss stage, we were still pretty happy with what we were able to do. We definitely pulled out some good matches. I think there's some memorable ones, like the one against Germany and also the one against Ireland that were casted. But we definitely we approached this as, let's just try to do our best and show what we're capable of doing, especially after what we did in 2023. We've had since then we've had a lot of new players coming up in the roster that we currently have. Like, we have players that were not there 2 years ago. Like, I'm thinking about Baron, Shura. I'm also thinking about no, Space was already there, but we're having a new roster, a younger roster, but with so much talent. And I really hope that we could do well and try to represent our country as best we can. But as far as the World Cup overall, I think this is going to be a great competition. I just can't wait to see to watch the matches and also play some. And hopefully we get some really good matches for this one. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how far you guys will go. Wish you guys the best of luck, and looking forward to
Thank you.
casting these matches. And we're gonna bring up as many as we can, cast as many of these. And I know it's gonna start tomorrow. I know, yeah, for those of you who are maybe just joining in, Spain and Asia, I think, is the first match coming up tomorrow at 3:30 EST. They might have another one after that, but we're just doing the play-in stages right now to figure out who's gonna get those last couple spots for the next stage and then go from there. Format is best of 1 for those matches, by the way, not best of 3s, if anyone was wondering. But we do have 10 in room now. Macy was able to join Jeff eventually, so we're going to be getting started here again in a minute. Bring you guys the rest of the second match. Will AI be able to send it to a match 3 and win? Or is JX going to make the comeback and 2-0 this? We will see.
Let's see.
Getting started.
But
Let's go.
so far it's been looking like the match has been going AI's way. And now let's see with picks subbing in for Nero. We'll see how if he can shift the momentum of this match. And we see Mura having a bit of fun on his screen. Apologies for that.
This is not Astro doing it. This isn't us. This is Mura on his end, or his POV. So we're at his mercy right now. If he'll take off the text.
So we see DDR for GX and Parkway for AI. We'll see what.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right,
like and subscribe.
Here we go. Back into it now. We're gonna be bringing you guys DDR. Stuff with Mura's POV. He's gonna be starting in 5th place. And we're gonna be seeing him go wide for that, taking that type box. And just gets a single red, throwing it onto Macy. Gonna break it. He's gonna break the win onto him as well. Misses that box though. Not what you want to see.
Xander trying to take over Jeff.
Yep.
There, and he seems like he's able to, right? Oh, maybe not. It's very close. We see a TC back there. Can't quite tell what it is.
Jeff read it out. So top 2 now for AI. Good job by Xander to pressure Jeff and eventually get him out of 1. That's what AI does a good job of, you know, is when they're tasked with the other team. And
use back red from Macy.
Yeah, for sure.
Extending their lead.
Queensland.
We see an ultra take. I'm pretty sure I thought I saw an ultra taker, but no, AI still in top 2. Maybe that POW did some damage to the ultra taker. I'm not sure, but AI gonna try to extend their lead now. Still pretty close to the bagging battle, and we see Krusty in 10th. So we'll see if he has to drop the bill. It seems like he does not have to. So he's gonna be. And we see someone building up early.
It's let's see.
I would assume it's JX just to get back up there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not enough effort to take over the top spot. AI still breaking away.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Blue's being held by A or not, but if you're JX, you want to try cycle for that. Maybe a little late shock. Mura trying to do everything he can to get up in the mid pack. Ends up pulling a Mega. We'll see what he does with it. AI is still just gone in top 2. It's looking like they're going to be able to keep this now. Are we going to see a shot?
I can cycle for Blue. I don't think so. Ethan is in 10th. We might see a late shot from AI.
Unfortunately, did not get the Blue, so yeah, it's going to be
another Mega.
Top 2 for AI with a. We're going to see 305. We can see someone coming up at the end. Looks like 346. 7 like, maybe for.
I think that's a top 2.
Oh.
I can't quite tell who was able to pass Mura at the end. And I don't know if it was a JX player, if it was an AI player, but
I think AI actually got bottom 2. So
top 2, bottom 2 then.
Looking at from AI and just all mid spots for JX. Yeah.
And again, a very, very, very close race.
Pretty much even once again.
This is what I was saying earlier, that JX got into a situation where AI was breaking away in top 2, so they just played to get mid spots to minimize the damage that AI could have done with those top spots. Very well played on them.
And that's perfectly fine for AI, since you have the upper hand right now, up by a pretty good margin. You can take those like neutral races and be just fine. So
they just don't need big races anymore. They just need to prevent JX from catching them. Even those small winning races are enough for AI to extend their lead and giving a lower chance of JX making a comeback, just like they did in match 1. You see about the track 100%. Picks. JX opted for a classic Parkway on their hand. BC Frida for AI. This is interesting. For top 2.
I think what they're going for is try to just block cut and then maybe have one of them take Ultra or maybe contest JX on Ultra as well. It does end up being BC3. So we'll see if
AI is
they go off of
definitely
that strategy or not.
very
But that's
very competent on BC3 for sure.
yeah, interesting pick. You don't see it a whole lot being picked when team gets top 2. And I kind of like it, so we'll see what ends up happening.
It's
Murray
very
ends up getting
interesting.
stolen by his teammate, unfortunately, but that's
Unfortunately,
alright. Teammates around him. Gonna concede here with the greens. Macy ends up getting greened out
by
by pick.
picks.
Yeah. Murray is gonna get an Aether, change this room,
Cycle.
and the King Star. Go for Ultra here. Gotta try not get bumped out. Use the Star on Xander. Is he gonna make it? Yes.
He
It's
does.
Ultra from Murray.
A lot of people took the cut though. It's
AI
still
is an advantage right now, although Macy's gonna get hit by red.
Kevin took over first though, which is good. He
So
really
yeah,
needed
1-3
that.
now. So just like that, now JX is taking over into a command, into trying to take command of the race. And we'll see if Murray can avoid maybe.
This is definitely the risk of
right back from
huge back
Xander.
three by Xander.
That was amazing. Just predicted Murray's line, just put it right in his face.
This is what he needs to do because he's pretty much all alone in those top spots.
Exactly. See,
But-
Macy. Maybe. Oh, yep. Someone on block.
Wait, Xander took over first. Wow, what happened?
One now with a break. So Kevin ended up dying. We couldn't really see because none of our POVs were close to that interaction. But now
Look
it's
at
a
this! All of a
top of
sudden,
3 actually, and
all of
AI
a sudden,
has a break.
Wow, just all of a sudden going from a very good spots from GX to AI top 3. We see blue for Xander.
It's not going to do too
Yeah.
much though. I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
not
not
too
gonna
much. This race
The pack is
flipped on
very
its head
split
completely.
now as well.
Yeah, with the break in top 3, this heavily favors AI. And we'll see Macy going for Ultra. Gotta make it if you. And yeah, great
She
job
does
by
make
Macy.
it.
Yeah.
And I think that's also a sign that Ethan doesn't have it's shockless. Very, very confident for Macy to go for ultra lab free with the risk of shock, but it's gonna
Murray
pay
got
out anyway.
ugly end landing from that Ultra, but to see if he's able to maybe he passes Berry for now. Can he get Rosen? Are gonna see late shot AI shock and saw Rosen
Okay.
dodge there at the end.
This might be huge. This is gonna be a huge risk for AI again.
Yeah, for 100%. I mean, we
Very
thought JX
impressive.
was gonna be able to maybe run away potentially with that as they were in 1-3 of the break, but whatever happened to Kevin, maybe he got blued, I'm not sure, but AI just took complete control of that race and was gone in top 3 for a while there, lap 3. And it's looking really good. They're looking very good the second match. They are certainly playing like a team that is very desperate for a win. Like life depends on it because it does. And yeah, we are seeing that top 3
Top
5
3
from
5.
AI. An amazing race from them. Great job on AI side.
Really
Question
good
is,
on them
can they hold this
to
lead?
really good on them to be able to turn this pretty uncommon track pick for top 2 into a top 3-5. And also with how the race was looking after one lap, we're just able to take over top 3 like just like that. I don't really know what happened up there, but it was just Xander gone in first when Kevin was in first right before that. So really,
Yeah,
really well played on
definitely.
AI to just being able to take control back of this race. And this is what maybe is going to make the difference in this match.
I think you might be right. Yeah, they're now up 245 to 157. It's trending towards the third match. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry,
we'll
viewers.
try to get
Please,
the right scores as soon as we can, but
yeah. Ignore the score for now on the scoreboard. It's not correct. I'm just told by Astro. Thank you for that. Um. So yeah, we're not sure the actual correct score, but AI is definitely up by at least a decent margin. But we'll see. JX still has time to come back. Will they be able to do it, or are we going to see a match 3? This is what it's trending like right now. It's, DK Mountain, Mura, and to go itemless, at least at the start.
early top 4
Gets
for
back.
AI going to Cannon. We don't really see anyone from JX back there just spamming shoots to catch up. Don't know if they were not able
You're
to
gonna have to
pull.
spam your items to get up there, though. although they're not really getting the best of items, at least early on.
GX is gonna have to play catch up now. They can't. They just can't let AI just break away like that. We see a
Yep.
POW. Gonna do a lot of damage. Can't quite see yet. Yeah, Kevin taking over. So seems
Xander
like I
got
probably did a lot
mega.
of damage.
Oh, Murray gets back bumped
Moon-
immediately blue. And then gets
And
shooted
bumped
off.
off Alexander. Wow.
So Murray's
This
gonna be a mile back, or pretty far back in last. Bottom 2 at least. He's gonna be very far back. So Murray back here with picks. That's pretty bad. That's really bad actually for JX, especially on a track like DK Mountain. It's the last spot you want to be in, of course. We see AI in 2-3 pressuring Kevin. It's going to be very important for him to keep first, and also to try to back out Barry and Macy to hopefully get Jeff. Oh, Nick Kevin gets taken out of first. It's a top
that
2
was
now.
a side red. The blue immediately gonna take over. Gonna take out Barry.
That's not the
But
worst for J,
again,
at least yet. They're still in a bad spot though.
AI still controlling the top spots.
Macy trying to niche red. I don't think it's connecting. Both baggers are still sitting at the set after cannon, so I want to say it's still shockless, but I could be wrong.
The thing is, AI doesn't need it.
No,
They
they do
probably
not.
tell Ethan, just don't try anything. We don't need it.
Yep,
So
definitely. You just want to
they
give it
pretty
shockless
much
to
have a
your AI.
secure winning race now, unless like a drastically drastic destructive power comes in. But I don't think we're gonna see it. No, this
Yeah,
is
he's chilling in 1. Murray gonna go for the glitch, misses it. And we see Jeff
bottom
back here as
2,
well. Kevin and
bottom
at least
3.
bottom, yeah, at least bottom 3. At least bottom
Oh,
4
that's bottom
actually.
4. Wow,
AI is
it
gonna
is
get
top
top
4
4
for
this
AI.
race. Wow.
Wow.
And very quickly, the wheels are coming off for JX. At top 3-5 into a top 4 for AI. That is absolutely massive, and they're starting to just completely break away this match too. And it's looking like we're gonna be having a match 3. So probably a lot more Mario Kart coming up, folks. Yeah, this really, this is a statement match from AI, saying like, okay,
Can,
we got knocked down in match 1, but we are here and we are not going anywhere without a fight at least. As yeah, you see the
cannot
top
say
4 there.
we cannot say it is over before it is over, but AI is definitely showing signs of life after that
Yep.
unfortunate loss match 1. But yeah, AI has been just dominating since the reset. Really, it really seems like it's been all AI in the second half of the match, if I can say. But yeah, AI definitely showing signs of life, and they won't let their finals go by just like that. And they're looking to get that match free.
Yep. No doubt about it. And now, if you're JX, I mean, there still is some time, but there really isn't much time left. And you may just kind of want to be looking at going, as just going towards focusing on a third match and getting your mental right and coming up with a plan about how you're going to attack the third match rather than maybe trying to make a comeback in the second match, which is looking a little grim at this point, at least. I just want to be looking ahead, if you're JX. If you're AI, just keep your foot on the gas and don't give them any hope or any signs of hope that they can at least either come back, but even just have any momentum of going into the third match. That's the last thing you want to do.
And
We are
I have
we'll
word
see.
that JX is forfeiting this match, so we're going straight into match 3. So AI is
Oh,
going to be
okay.
taking on match 2. A pretty
All
massive
right.
win.
Yeah, wow. That is a statement win if I've ever seen it from AI. Wow. JX just
Really
went from
impressive.
winning match 1 to forfeiting the last part of match 2. So, yeah, I mean, we're in for a really good, a really fun, a really entertaining last match. This is for all the marbles now. This is the winner take all. Who's gonna take home the D1 banner? Is it gonna be AI or is it gonna be JX?
The perfect response from AI in the
Mm-hmm.
second match, just showing that they're capable of doing damage to JX despite the history of this team, despite being one of the most dominant teams that we've seen on this game. They're showing that they're here and they're here to compete and they're here to take home the trophy for their first time.
trying to get
So
their first banner, and JX is trying to take home yet another banner. They have
yeah,
a few of
another one.
those.
They've had too
And I
many.
mean, players do. Yeah, time for someone else to take home the D1 banner you like to see. And looking
Gotta give
like they're
up the
going to be
throne
using the same
sometime.
host. Yeah, going to be opening up the room. We're going to be getting right into it. And hopefully this time it'll be smooth sailing. But we say that, and it's going to be probably a bunch of resets knowing our luck, but hopefully not. And looking like it might be Pix as host for either him or Jeff for the last match. But
I guess
yeah, I'm really looking forward to this.
should we just try to give a little analysis of this second match before we go into intermission?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can go first, Phil. You can give your analysis on match 2 real quick, and I'll just say last bit.
So yeah, from what I've seen in the second match, definitely I feel like the second match was definitely more controlled by AI for sure, especially when it came to holding tough spots. Especially we saw that on the second half of this match, especially after the reset. It was just all AI up there. Despite the attempts of JX being up there, they were just AI always had the response to just take over and finish off strong. And I mean, it was like those last two races were just a dagger of this match. And also something that I
Definitely.
was able to notice is that AI was still able to make out good situations out of what they had when they were in bad situations. So it really seems like overall like AI is having more control in this series. And I'm saying in this series, despite them losing match one, because they had the lead in match one and they just suffered a huge comeback. So I feel like they've had more control, but I definitely do not underestimate JX because I mean, they're probably the best team right now in the game, and they can definitely
Yeah.
they can definitely show a totally different face in match three, especially if they don't have any trouble this time because they've had a lot of trouble to deal with, especially match one with the different resets and also match two with with picks struggling to get on and having Nero to play with them, and then having to reset to get picks back in again. So we'll see if GX is able to have a match free without any with any disruptions, and hopefully we're able to see a very close fight. I really hope we do. Both teams have the capabilities of winning it all, so there's not. It really seems like there's not like one team dominating. I mean, like not one team above the other. Maybe just AI in the second match, but JX is definitely gonna show up match three and try to keep their title.
Yeah. Most definitely. You see, hopefully they're joining the room pretty fast. I'm not sure where they're at, if they're still doing condos or not, but yeah, I mean, right now AI has all the momentum in the world, but that doesn't really mean too much, especially when you're playing a team like JX. All it takes is just a few races, very short amount of time for them to swing it back in their favor. But you know they want their first banner. I mean, they're probably playing with a little chip on their shoulder, trying to dethrone the Titans of JX. They have that going for them as well. And I mean, just having no resets, no DCs for JX would be a win itself for them. I feel like at this point, with all the resets they've had in these first two matches, it'd be nice to just have no interruptions and to keep picks in the entire match, not having to go to Nero, who may not want to play or not. I don't know. I have no idea, but they definitely be more comfortable with their main lineup. Of course, that goes without saying. But
For
can't
sure.
really do much
Just a
against
match
internet
without any
players. So.
disruptions would be good. Would be good for them. I feel like
Yeah,
because this is
yeah, for
definitely,
sure.
even though this is an external factor, like this can definitely be very like mentally exhausting to having to deal with that. So
Yep.
hopefully
It
everything
really
goes smooth
can.
for match three.
It
We
takes a
hope
toll
so.
mentally. It for sure does, especially in a finals match where you're already amped up enough as it is. Just having DC interruptions, that can really drain on you in a big way.
All right, should we go into a little intermission
Yeah, let's
before
do
the
that.
third match? And all right,
Very short.
so gonna have a little break. We'll be very short because the players are already joining the room, and we'll get you right. We'll be back live. I mean, we'll still be live, but we'll be back once they're 10 in room. So see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. We are just about ready to get started with match 3. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I know it's been a very long time since we first started, just about 3 hours now, but we are bringing you guys the last match. If you're just now joining us, JX won the first match by 2 points. They won by the skin of their teeth, and then AI won by a very large margin. JX ended up forfeiting with 1 GP left to go, so we're just jumping into match 3. It's all tied up 1-1. This is winner take all. Whoever wins this takes home the Division 1 banner. How are you feeling, Fatal, about this third match between these two teams?
All right, so it's been a long ride, as you said. It's been a long ride, but so for match 3, both teams so tied up so far. With what we've seen, pretty close matchup between these two, and then AI just kind of broke away at the end of match 2, but I think we're in for a very close third match because both teams know that what's at stake here. They know this is the final match of the season, the match that matters the most.
That's right. That's right. All comes down to this.
It's all coming down to this, and it's going to come down to who's the hungriest.
That's right. I mean, there is no tomorrow for these two teams. So get ready, folks. Get your popcorn ready. Get your drinks. It's gonna be one hell of a ride, that's for sure. You can see a Maple coming up for JS, one random, and then a Sherbet Land pick for AI.
Pretty classic tracks so far. And we see Maple Treeway pick from JX. They're going to be starting in 1-3. We'll see how it goes. We'll see who's going to be able to catch up. We expect Mura to go and cut in 5th. Going to grab a bottom spawn box that you can get up there. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, Mura ups and cut. Oh, he hits the fence though. Gonna make it lose a bit of time.
2-3 for AI, JX and 1. Although Xander was able to draft up and looks like get into, and maybe not. It's very close for the top 2 there. The interaction between Jeff and Xander. Macy ends up getting a hit out. Falls back into 7th place. Mura in a star at the moment. Let me see. The triple shrooms.
Getting shrooms up there.
Really good. Yeah, he should be able to get up to the front pretty soon, unless he gets hit out.
We try to see the spots. Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5 for JX early on. Alexander up there. We'll see if JX is able to make a play on them to break away.
Gets another shroom to chain. We're just going to be able to take cut here. Get closer to the top 2.
I don't think either of the baggers was able to touch a box at 10, so we should not be seeing a shock.
It should be shockless
in the
right
cannon.
Now. The way they're acting, yeah.
Both baggers are still sitting.
Ooh, Jeff ends up bumping Mura, but he's on the worst for wear.
Barry coming up.
Trying to red Mura, but Mura has protection.
Barry trying to assist Xander a bit in those top spots. They're gonna need that.
Yeah, you're not gonna get Xander out unless there's a blue or shock. He's gonna be able to hold on to first. Yeah.
It's gonna all come down to it's not gonna go down to shock or blue. Nice in a hit from Xander right there on Mura.
To go there.
So Jeff taking cut. I think Jeff took over first.
We gotta be careful not to hit Kevin, the fib. Okay, he doesn't. That was good.
I think he does hit him actually. He did hit him.
Oh, he did? I didn't see the daisy. Sure. Oh wow, that's bad then. Yeah, really, that was really nerve-wracking coming out of cannon.
All of a sudden, Xander is back into first. So.
Yep.
What happened to Jeff?
So I'm still in a decent spot. Mura gets T-Powed a little bit. Kind of made the best out of that bad situation.
We see Skim just running away. I think one of the baggers has the shock.
JX
so it is. Yeah.
2-3-4 still.
We'll see. Oh, we see a Mega Dodge from Rosen. This is an AI shock. Very, very late shock. Trying to get Jeff after the boost pad. And early winning race from AI, but again, JX salvaging with a 3-4-5-6. Top 2, bottom 2 to start off for AI. Very well played on Xander to hold the fort up there.
I mean, the same trend we've seen the first 2 matches. Even race to start off with. And then later on, as the match goes on, we've kind of seen teams starting to break away a little bit, make some comebacks. But yeah, pretty even. That last shot was huge for AI. Rosen was able to gain a bunch of spots and sneak into second, and AI ends up getting top 2 bomb 2. So +5 race start off for AI. Pretty even once
AI
again.
being very patient with that shock as well. Not using it too early to make sure that Xander is safe in first, and so they could catch up at the end. Very well played on them.
Exactly.
But also very well played on JX to be able to salvage the mid spots to kind of have a neutral race.
Definitely. So now they can go potentially a gold mine, talking about AI at least. That's what I would imagine. But they're opting to go for BC3, so we're seeing them do this again. They did this last match where they picked BC3 when they were starting in top 2.
It really worked out for them. It seems like
It did.
we saw it last match, and it really worked out for them. This is where the march started to fall off for JX. That was the turning point of the match. We'll see if they can replicate that, but I don't think JX will. If we see BC free, we'll see if they can replicate that, but I don't think JX will let it happen.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I mean, and we see BC3 getting picked once again, so see if AI can replicate that success that they had from the last match and play this BC3 race exemplary. Murray gets an
Early
early
drop from
grab.
Murra.
We get right
The
next
bomb
to
is second. This
Rosen.
is big. This could be
Yeah,
big.
big bomb here.
If he
Could
plays
make
it
a
well.
play. Gonna back it on to Barry.
Barry.
Gets him. Pix gets into second place. Murra gets triple reds.
We'll see what Rosen does
Rosen
because he has a lot of pressure on
Ultra.
him.
And
And
gets
Murra's
Rosen
going to take him out of Ultra.
Oh,
But
but
Murra
Murra
fails
misses
it
though.
though. Wow.
It did at least hit
Unfortunate.
Rosen, so it's not
Yeah.
the worst exchange. It's not a complete fail, but yeah, it would have been really nice if he would have made it. But kind of had a rough alignment there, and Rosen ends up failing the ultra once
Failing.
again. So he's gone in last right now. Gonna opt to go for it again, and we do see Murra just
Pulling the
POW
POW.
for
This is
now.
a huge item on this track.
Yeah, you can couple of spots you can T-POW. You could T-POW on the right turn after the set, kind of in the middle there before you get to the yellow ramps. You could get his teammates in there potentially on those ramps. We'll see what he does with it.
We see a top
Barry
two.
gets
From
it.
what I was able to see, this is a top 2, 4, 5 for JX. So it's throwing Xander up there. They're going to have to make that POW work around. They're going to have to work that POW around Xander.
He's just gonna have to
make
hold
sure
these for now.
Yeah.
You see Macy taking the stock out and has the mega to chain as well.
Huge play. But Xander takes over first, just like previous war. Xander is just in first.
I don't know how he's doing it, but Xander is putting in the work on BC3. And Macy also has the blue to hold for Xander, so Xander can just literally run the rest of this race potentially, barring a shock.
Oh,
Macy can't avoid
no!
the bomb. The bomb's radius ends up falling
From
off the
Murra.
track.
We just
because
see a
of it.
little replay from it. Nice bomb on Murra. This is
Yeah.
huge right there because JX has the possibility to pull that blue and potentially turn this race around by taking out Xander out there.
Yeah,
For the
Murray's still good
bagging
at making
battle, I
those
can't
plays,
quite see
making those
what's
snipes.
happening.
That's where he shines.
Scam just unblocked the cut, I think.
Murray's gonna go for ultra. Can he make it? Gonna
We'll see.
realign a little bit. He misses
He
it again.
doesn't. Wow, unfortunate.
That's really tough. Yeah.
This is definitely going to be helping AI's case. So Rosen taking out Kevin as well. Barry's taking out as well. Can't quite see what's in last though. Macy is in last, building
It
up.
was Macy. But she's building up, so I think she's still gonna get.
She's going to be taking home
place.
8th place. In late shock. JX had it.
Unfortunate ultra fails from Murra, but he still put in the work. I mean, he's made a couple really good plays. That bomb onto Macy may be in the biggest one of the race, and also hitting Rosen off the ultra, lap 1, and then we saw him Rosen failing it when he lined up for it again. So it wasn't all that bad.
Despite the ultra shortcut fails from Murra, he was still able to do some pretty big plays.
And
To AI's
JX
player.
2.57, so it's a winning race for JX. It's like around +5 or so.
This is a
+3
race for GX. So we're gonna be. I think it's gonna be a 2-point differential going to this race 3. So pretty cool, very close match as expected. You know, both teams know what's at stake. Obviously, you know they know that this is their season right there. You know, this is the season. This is the determining moment of the season. No matter
Yeah.
whoever takes it home.
See RBC coming out for AI and KC coming out for JX.
Very neutral track
Obviously,
picks, really.
yeah, obviously AI being 1-4, tries to draft first, and so on and so forth. KC, you try to get those greens or those reds, try to take Shroomba with them. Let's see, it will be Koopa Cape.
Koopa Cape.
Probably seen either Murr or maybe Macy try to get that 8th or sit the first set for 8th place box. It's pretty important. I mean, it's a sitting track, but still, it does help you out a ton. If you do happen to get shocked, you know, you don't have to risk bill or anything like that. He's starting off
We'll
with
see. It
Macy.
was able to pull the shrooms at the beginning to break away early because they matter a lot on this track. And Macy's going to be getting that 7th place box. Murrah sits for 8th place box.
Macy gets star. It's going to be a whole
And
and then, yeah, use a star to take up, say.
Barry pulling that early TC, unfortunately, so he's going to be set back for a while.
Yeah, a lot of AI members in the back, but Murray gets redded, so he's gonna find himself in the back too.
Can't quite see where Xander is so far.
I think he's up there. He's the only one, really the only
He's definitely
in
one of the
right
top
now.
2 spots for sure. Macy with a huge golden pool, though, is definitely going to help her get back up there and give some help to Xander. We see Xander is in first, just
He needs all the help
competing.
he can get right now. But he is
Competing
pulling his own
with
up
picks.
there for sure, which he's very good at, of course. We'll see. We'll
But
see Macy
all of a
do the
sudden,
golden
AI
strat
having
here.
good spots.
Yeah, Macy's gonna be getting up into top spot doing the golden strat. Barry taking cut as well. Macy should be able to get into.
Also, something that we didn't notice, Krusty made the bagging strat, so it's perma 10.
Oh, okay, Krusty.
Very good play on him to be able to do that.
Oh, Macy's hits the wide fib, though. Does find herself back in 5th place. But yeah, that's
at the moment the race is looking very good for AI. They have their bagger perma 10 and they're having some good spots. And we see Macy dropping a little bit, maybe a sign that Krusty has it. And I think he does because he's not touching boxes anymore. He's going forward, so we might see an AI shock right here. We'll see what they do.
Macy ends up holding on to the star for now. Pretty good play. I mean, pack's still really close. You can afford to hold on to it, at least to the waterfall section, and hopefully get a better item off of that. Kevin gonna use the star.
They're gonna wait to pull the trigger. Oh!
A shot comes in. Macy could not dodge as she was hit by the green. Couldn't activate the star. Ends up backing out to it. Gets triple shrooms. She can still shroom up and get into a mid spot.
I saw Rosen dodging in the mid pack as well in the mega, so
we
see him in first.
Definitely.
It was an AI shot for sure. I think they kind of
big.
A really good spot. I think this is 1-3-4, 1-3-4-5 right now for AI, and yeah, this is gonna be 1-3-4-5 for AI. A really big race right here.
Massive race for them.
Huge on Ethan to make the strat. And also, again, Xander holding his top spot as best as he could, and it did a really good job of it, and it helped AI, the rest of his team, catching up as well during the race. And then late shot from Ethan, just solidifying the top spots for them.
And it's really how valuable Xander is to this team. Just you can always count on it to be in the front and holding on to a top spot, especially if his members.
Pix was able to take over first. Wow.
But still, nonetheless, 2, 3, 4, 5 for AI. Still a great race. But yeah, that was huge. That's huge for Pigs to kind of salvage it just a little bit for JX. It's still going to be close, but AI is going to increase their lead so slightly, being up by 13 points now as we go into 4th race, I believe.
I'm interested what AI is going to pick for 3-4-5. I would really like to see them go for Parkway just to steal it from JX.
Yeah, that'd be definitely a good play. I could see them going.
And they do.
Yeah, they do. Good call, fail. Yeah, on that Parkway pick. We'll see if they can get it here. That would be good. They can, as JX does love Parkway, if they can take away from them early on when they're not starting in favorable positions, it could pay dividends later on as well. And it will be Parkway coming in.
huge on AI to get that Parkway track pick because this is usually a staple for JX in those specific spots as well. We'll see if they're able to take advantage of it.
See if they can hit picks out early on. That's going to be big if they can.
Try to get some drafts maybe as well. Seems like they're unable to. We see Jeff swimming up early.
Picks
Fib.
Rosen too, but Pigs gets taken out. Jeff gonna take over first. So 2, 3,
All
4
Jeff
for
up there.
AI.
And on the other POV, Mura just got hit. So very favorable beginning of the
Oh,
race
what
so
a
far for AI.
fib!
What a
That
fib from
fib was
Xander.
amazing.
Wow.
Amazing.
And triple
fib
red
from-
spool from Macy. This is huge.
Wow.
Huge.
AI is making the plays. I will say that much. They have come out to play. And that's big now. So they can just take over top 2 and just run this race now.
They're just going to have a huge breaker way early on into this race. Macy doing God's work with her triple reds. Hop dodging power, pulling more triple reds, going to do even more damage. But Bear gets taken out though.
Yeah, so no longer top. Well, nope, never mind. Still is top 2 as Rosen shrooms up, gets into second place, and
able
Pace
to take out picks.
Top 2
Early
now, but
top 3.
Murray's coming up with the star. Red's not going to connect though.
An
the
early
shot
shot
is
from
gonna
AI
dodge
dodging
top
top 2, guaranteeing the winning race.
Yeah,
pretty much.
they're just gone. They're gonna be getting top 2 most likely this race unless JX can pull like 5 blue shells, which is really their only win.
It's on Macy and Barry to do the job to try to get best result as possible, and also JX is gonna try their best to get something out of it. Maybe try to pull some blues, maybe a shot from Scamp. We don't know yet, but
Great job by Macy to just bully Murray and get him out of there, out of the mid spots.
Macy doing massive work in the pack to extend the break from the AI's top 2, and they're pretty much untouchable. They have like almost a 10-second lead. You can see them all the way up there, almost going into cannon already.
No help. Yeah, there's a little help. And doesn't get the chain, but a single red.
They dodging the blue cannon as well. Cannon. Nothing could touch AI's top 2 right now.
I mean, that's just it. Yeah, they cannot be stopped. And we
for the bagging bagger, one of the baggers just fell off, dropped the bill. We're gonna see who's in 10th. It's Scamp, so Scamp might be able to try to get a second shot to maybe get the best to give the best result possible to JX, but
AI can still come back as well. They are in bomb 2. They're still packed close enough to where they can get some good spots, mid spots. We do see Barry.
We see what Barry, I think Shayna Golden is going to be able to take over some of the top spots. We see Jeff taking out as well.
Spot.
I mean, Barry was not able to catch up a lot from that, but still, I think he was able to get 5th. So we see a top 2, 5, 8 from AI.
Yep.
So right again, Xander just dominating in the top spot, just taking out pretty much everyone. That huge fib on Jeff early on, and then the early shot from Ethan just guaranteeing the winning race, and then also huge work from Macy just slagging in the mid pack, just making sure that top 2 was unreachable.
I mean, that's kind of been the theme for this whole best of 3, you know, like Xander being up there, and then AI is using their items really well to get up into the top spots to help Xander out. But Xander has definitely been setting the tone for AI this D1 finals, and they're reaping the benefits so far. At least you see them up 134 to 110 after 4 races. But yeah, JX has got some work to do now to try to take down AI and make the comeback. Because AI is playing with house money right now, and they have all the momentum in the world. It's going to be very hard to beat them. That's for sure. But we'll see.
Especially with Xander showing in a very good form in this match. It definitely feels like he's been showing up, like he's just been the star player of this match, just making plays everywhere and just giving the winning condition to his team. But I mean, only a 24-point lead. It's far from over. JX still has the potential to come back. And we have to see if they're able to show the momentum. Even though I guess their track pick DDR. We'll see how GX plays it around to get back in this match.
Yeah, Macy gonna try probably get either 7th place box. Ends up getting the TC. Can she pass it off to Mura?
Not quite.
Yeah.
And AI still in the top spots. Already
Mura's
breaking away.
Counter.
So far,
not much that JX are gonna do right now. They're gonna have to get blue and hope that Scamp can pull shock also.
They also have to hope that someone on their team has an item to take the ultra to get back into those top spots.
Well, triple shrooms would be big here, but Murray can't pull them.
I think
So
Mura
back in
is
the
early
Jax
cycling for a
did,
blue.
which is what you have to do if you're in the spot that Murray's in. Maybe Jeff as well. Misses the item though.
Unfortunately.
Ooh,
Oh, that
weird.
fin might actually be very devastating that lap 3. We'll have
Yeah,
to
that's
see on the
something that
mini
in the
map.
bottom spots you're gonna have to calm out for the top 2 and warn them that that fid is there, which I think Macy did most likely.
And we see the bagging battle is still pretty close. Scamp having being a little bit ahead in 10th. And one of the baggers have to drop Bill.
Man, we're
Fortunately.
not getting the great items in the mid spots, I'll say that much. You really can't do anything.
We see
right
Macy holding
now.
a star in 7th. Chaining it. Will we
She's
see
gonna
a
chain
shot
triple
coming?
shroom.
Not
Doesn't
quite.
look like it.
And unfortunately, TC for Mura.
Oh, gets redded out instantly after getting, but
That's pretty much his race, unless he can pull something. No.
she's just
But
gonna
yeah,
be
Macy
holding
with
out
Pow and
now.
6.
We'll chain
She's
here.
just gonna have to chain it.
Oh,
And gets a
chains
TC of
TC.
her own.
Will she be able to pass it
See
to
if she can
pick?
pass it out. And she
No.
doesn't, unfortunately. And that's it for a race.
Yeah, unfortunately, but she did a good job at least holding the powers for a moment.
And now Mura pulls the blue a little too late.
Yeah,
and I think it is
I'm looking
another
at
good
now
race for AI.
It
just
is, yeah.
keeping that momentum. Just keeping that momentum. They're just not gonna let go. They're just looking to keep that momentum going and just take this match home in the division.
They're really playing like a team that wants it, that wants this banner very badly. So shout outs to AI for that.
They're just not making mistakes. They're just doing everything that they need to get the winning races. Top 3. Wow. Xander Rosen.
Plain and simple.
Xander Rosen were able to drive that whole race without any contest, really, and Bear was able to catch up at the end. So another big race for AI, just carrying on the momentum and looking to break away even more.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're JX, you gotta try something different to try to break up AI's top spots, as they're just kind of running these races, and JX hasn't been able to contest them a ton, and they haven't been getting, I guess, some timely shocks when they could use them. Krusty, on the other hand, he has been getting the timely shocks,
and keeping that momentum with that track pick as well. Mountain for AI.
Wow, this could turn very ugly for JX potentially.
Hopefully it just doesn't end up being like last match. JX is definitely gonna need to have a reaction right now if they want to stay in this.
Yeah, they need a winning race like this race. They need it to happen. We'll see Mura, shrooming up, try to break up into the...
And AI keeping their top spots.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Kevin gets here, what he can do to try to break up AI's top 3. Oh, Mura misses the box. That's not good. That's really costly.
A TC pull for Kevin, I'm pretty sure.
Especially when you're the opposing team's top 3. You need those item sets to try to get reds, greens, or something to try to snipe out the other team.
And a POW immediately
Barry is the worst of that exchange, it looks like.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do 2,000.
Rosen is doing just fine, but you don't want Rosen first on this track. He's very, very fast. And also he's on Daisy, so he's just not going to make a mistake. And a big bump on Mura.
But doesn't get triple shrooms to recover. We see a blue coming in.
Blue coming
AI stopping to get into cannon. Tells me that maybe JX has shot. Not seeing it though coming in.
Not quite, but we're going to see Rosen getting blued very soon. But Xander just sitting behind him in case, just to cover him a bit.
Still top 2, but looks like Rosen's
going to get a combo on.
Yeah,
he does get the combo on though. We're going to be able to take over second. We'll see if he's able to do something about Xander in first.
Yeah, JX really needs another blue desperately.
But he's surrounded by Macy as well, so he's going to have to play relatively safe to keep his spot. We'll see if any shocks are coming. I don't think so. It looks like it's shockless because both baggers are still sitting. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, if you're Murray, you gotta chain this, try to get a red or something here. Like, it's another shroom.
We
There's no way
see
you go for glitch,
JX and
right?
bottom break away. Oh,
Oh,
Xander
Xander
fails
stops him
though.
first. And
Was
Murray
it a
shrooms
fail
into
or
one.
stop?
I couldn't. It might have been a fail. I don't know. But nonetheless, I mean, Murray shrooms into one, looking like he's gonna get first, unless there's a last second blue.
Murray's gonna be GX saving grace for this race, but still good spots for AI. Getting 2-3-4, maybe Rosen dodging at the end, or was it a JX shock? I think it was a JX shock just to secure some of the mid spots, or maybe it was just AI just trying to get a chance to Barry to catch up. But again, a very good race on AI.
Even though they didn't get first, I mean, they still were literally all around first, which I mean, that's fine if you're AI. You just want damage control at this point. You don't need the big races. You just need even races, neutral races. Even slightly losing races is fine. As yeah, we see him getting 2, 3, 4, 7. So AI still wins the race, but Mura definitely makes it a little better for JX by getting first place there. Trying to keep them
And
in it.
Murray,
I mean, they're trying to do anything they can to stay in this war, but time is running out. The races, as the races go by, it's just seeming more and more likely that AI is going to win this, but still a lot of time left. Time for JX, but they kind of need to do something now. They need to make their move now if they're going to come back in this match. As AI has everything going for them right now and all the momentum in the world.
a 46-point lead for AI so far, but we're only halfway through this match, so still a lot of potential for a comeback on GX's side. But they're gonna need to start getting the bigger winning races and making the bigger plays to get to do the most damage they can. And we see RBC coming in from AI.
And they can't seem to get a track pick when they need one also from JX's side. I'll say that much. See if Macy's going to draft Mur, but Mur's going to definitely swerve. Yeah, to try to break up that draft. Does a good job
We
of
see
that.
the full started boost as well.
And Murray ends up getting bumped out, so finds himself back in the
TC
spot.
immediately
Bomb does hit Kevin, and Macy gets
passes
a
it to
TC pass.
Kevin.
Yeah.
I think this is again a beginning of a race favoring AI. I think I saw a lot of JX spinning.
Definitely
This is
benefits
pretty
them,
neutral
yeah.
actually.
Xander's 1, and AI's in 3 and 4, 2. Or no, that's Merce, right? So AI's just 1-4. It's still 1-4. That's still good if you're AI, but JX 2-3.
Oh, an unfortunate bump right there from Pix.
Yeah.
See if the rate's going to be able to connect. No, it doesn't. Barry is shrooming up, trying to get up there with Xander, but unfortunate random green on Mura. So pretty mixed spots so far. 2v2 on both sides of the pack so far. Macy holding a Mega in 5th. Maybe we can see what the bagging battle looks like to have maybe some insights on what she could do with the Mega. Can't quite see yet. Oh, Barry taking over second, so again, very good spots for AI. All of a sudden.
It's kind of the theme of this match. I mean, good spots that AI's in. Oh, Pix spins up back bombing
bomb.
Macy. He gets the Mega out of her. So Macy's back down to 8. Triple shrooms. Gets triple shrooms. Not too bad. We're gonna use the shroom to take
We see Krusty going forward, so that's a sign that AI might have the shock already.
Yeah,
it seems like Krusty is holding on to it.
If you're AI, you just hold this shock until you just hold on to it for dear life. Hold on to it for the very end and make sure that you can keep this top 2. We're gonna bail on the rail. It's T-Pout a little bit.
So now what JX needs to do is to see if they can try to make a play on Barry or try to get a blue to maybe get the pack closer together, but it seems like they're not able to in a TC pool on picks. Gonna try to pass it to Scam though, which I think he does successfully. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, he did. We'll see if they can do anything to take to at least try to take Barry out because I think they won't be able to do anything on Xander.
This top 2
also
looks like it's gonna hold.
We'll see what AI does with the shock. We see a Mega coming in.
Yeah,
on Jeff trying to predict it, trying to predict the shock, but I don't think AI was in until the very end. We see Blue coming in.
Yeah,
don't think they will cancel.
No. Yeah, they're just gonna hold.
The top 3.
No reason to.
It's gonna be a very, very late shock. Very, very late.
Yeah, their AI is just gonna hold and use it at the end when they're all safe, which
yeah, right there. Macy dodging
Another
up in the back.
another
No,
good
actually, I
race.
don't think so.
Now Macy got 8, I think, still. But
I saw
still a
someone
good
dodging in
race.
the back, but I think it was Cam just being in a star. I'm not really sure. But
Good
yeah,
race once
again,
again for AI. It's
AI
looking more and
just
more.
keeping the momentum.
It's looking more and more grim for JX as the races progress here. I mean, I don't know, like, what does the JX need to do differently here, Fatal, to try to make the comeback of the century? They're kind of running out of
Wait,
time now.
I feel like what has been the crucial part of this match is just like AI's presence in the top spots. Really, like it's just been. I feel like it's been AI the entirety of this match in top spots, especially Xander. As we can see, he's on 91 after 7 already,
Damn.
which is huge.
I mean, he really has been huge. I mean, where would AI be without Xander? I mean,
I mean, yeah,
genuinely.
really. It's really Xander has just been the star player of this match, just as because he was again the one in first, immediately in lap 1, which is so important on this track with all the blinders where you can hit some crucial backspins onto the other team. It's
Moonview
just been what it has been
coming
doing,
up.
just having like it's like Xander in top spots, and just the rest of the team just trying to catch up and trying to assist him a bit and just taking him out the rest of the JX members. So.
Yeah. So we're
And also
seeing
Krusty
here
doing a big job,
Moonview.
a big job in the bagging department as well.
Oh, this is a great pull for Murray. He can get into 1 with these. Hopefully run. We
Early
see
top
Kevin and
3
Jeff
for GX,
here.
turning over the beginning of this race
Yep.
immediately.
They need to command these top spots like their lives depend on it, because, I mean, their MKWii lives do depend on it here.
This is what they've
They
been
need a big
lacking since
race.
the beginning of the war, really. I think
Yeah, tunnel presence.
this is
That was
what
a
has been
great
costing
back
them so
green.
far.
It's like a
Great
really
bag green from
organization.
Jeff, I think. See Macy trying to hit Scam.
I don't think he hit him,
She misses
though.
him.
So maybe Scamp has shock, maybe not, I
Almost a
don't
bomb
know.
car. I think
Yikes,
AI
this
is going
is
to be
a
looking to cycle
ugly
for
race.
that blue, trying to catch up as well.
Yeah.
X having some really good spots. Xander up there trying to make some plays to get to top spots again. Let's see if he does.
And
He
he finds
gets into
himself in
second.
second. So he's breaking away into the top spots.
I think he's going to be looking to try to hit
Wow.
Mura to give him some separation, which he does by willy bumping him a bit.
I'm not
Now
sure. Okay,
Xander
he
is
had a
going to try
fib.
to
He
play
tried to
his
fib Mura.
life
Misses
and
it,
keep
though.
his top spot alive. An
Oh,
unfortunate bag
back
green hitting
green.
Mura from Kevin. A little bit of miscommunication, maybe, or I'm not expecting the green to be in that line. For the bagging battle, it seems like I think Scamp has it because he's just sitting up there. I'm not really sure of what's happening, but it seems like so far it's favoring JX.
Yeah, Rosen and Mega. Mur's going to go into his star, and we are going to see Shock, yep, coming in very late. Mur going to spam the shrooms. Could beat Rosen. Think he did?
I'm not sure if he did. I'm not sure.
Maybe
I
not.
still, I still think Rosen beats him due to the West Coast and EU
Well,
lag.
yeah, the lag. Maybe. We'll have to see. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't, but
I think still a 2-3
yeah.
on AI side, which is really good considering the beginning of the race, where JX was able to finally show some signs of life and taking over the top spot. But still, great job on AI to be able to do some salvage. This is exactly what they need. They really don't need winning races anymore.
Top two. They got top two
Up
four
to
though. Jeff was able
four.
to keep second, and Murray did beat Rosen too on the line.
I
So
never
that's,
saw Kevin in first. My bad.
he was in first the whole race pretty much.
I'm stupid.
He never relinquished it. It's
I'm
all good.
stupid.
No, you're all good,
So
man.
yeah,
That's the race that JX needed, though. I mean, they're going to need a lot more of those races because they still have a lot of ground to make up. But it's a step in the right direction at the very least. That's what they needed. Now they really need their track pick here, I think, most of all. And we'll see what they opt to go for. Are they going to try BCB or are they going to go for something
I think they're
else?
definitely gonna go for it because they need some big races and they are the best team pretty much on this
Yeah,
track.
that's what I was
Even
thinking.
though this is what's interesting about this match with BCW is that they have the same core of lineup. They both have a Daisy who are really good at BCW. So we'll see which team is able to take the advantage
Yeah.
But the Gardens pick, yeah. And again, AI just kind of breaking the momentum of JX right there. JX getting a little bit of momentum, and AI immediately breaks it with trap pick. But we'll see if JX is able to just keep it going despite the track pick.
Yeah, they're gonna need 5 people to drop here. Murray's gonna end up drafting first place and just gonna run with Kevin. See how many cut takers there are.
I'm interested about Kevin not dropping. This is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see both of them running in top 2, but we'll see if it'll work.
Rosen goldening up early. Gonna be taking over first.
Yeah, good
See if
job
he can make a play on
Rosen.
Murrah. He definitely got the box.
He tried to back
going right through him.
Yeah, we barely saw that fib come out of him, but
And an interesting interaction with Rosen's leg right now.
He's trying to slag Murrah, but
Murrah spacing out a little bit. Is that a sign of a blue?
I don't think so, at least not yet. I think he's just trying to make sure he doesn't get way bumped by Rosen, if anything, because Rosen's just throwing.
Oh, there's the blue, yeah.
Blue does come in. There it is, yeah. The Reds.
And an early shock. I assume this is. I actually quite tell. We'll see who's up there. Xander dodging, Kevin dodging as well. I think this was an AI shock. Good job on Kevin predicting that, so he's able to actually give some competition on to AI's dodgers. But still, that shock is going to do a lot of wonders for AI. Being 1-3-4-5. Kevin gets taken up by Xander. This is.
Macy's going to throw the blue though.
Throw the blue on Xander?
He's going to blow up for the back up for the boxes. I meant. Kevin gets taken out.
Xander dodged the blue. Xander had Shrooms in first. He dodged the blue, and he's taking cut in first. So Xander's going to be way ahead. Pretty much guaranteed winning race for him. Yeah, we'll see if JX is able to do something for the mid spots.
Murray's going to just take cut. Picks, I think it's Mega.
Top 3 for AI.
Wow.
Another blue coming.
I don't think... Does Xander have any more shrooms? I don't know. I think he's got a blue shell lead anyway. He did have more shrooms.
Yeah, he did have one more shroom in first.
Yeah, so he's just going to be getting 1 this race.
So we'll see if Murrah can do anything. No, he's not going to be able to quite do anything with that. So
late shock comes in.
Late shock.
Kevin dodges that red might hit.
No, that's JX. Desperate shock. Shock right onto Rosen.
At least gets him a couple of spots, but I think AI still got top 2, maybe. If not, 1-3.
Definitely some good salvage at the end there for GX, but it was looking really bad, for sure.
Well, this track pick, I mean, really, that was really the downfall of JX. I mean, they had the top spots, but then when Gardens got picked, it was going to be really tough for them to maintain them. Everyone taking cut.
Great shot call on lap 2, by the way, from AI.
Yeah, definitely. So top 2, 5, 7. That pretty much undoes like everything from JX that previous race on Moonview almost evenly. And JX is running out of time now. Looks like going to race 9. Only a few races left, or 4 races give or take, and they're down by 51.
Definitely looking more difficult now for JX to come back. They have 3 races left to try to pull out some miracle comeback, just like they did in match 1. But with the way it's been looking so far, AI just have the upper hand right now. They've just been dominating, especially Xander has just been outperforming everyone so far. He's already on 116 after 9 races.
He's been going off. I mean, he is showing up when it matters, when his team needed him the most.
Especially in the most crucial match, especially.
Yeah, that's just what he does best.
Just getting Sherbet Land, a little bit of a saving grace, hopefully, for them. We'll see what they're able to do with it.
Let's see, we're going to try to get the draft on someone. Doesn't get it, though.
Won't be able to, unfortunately.
Box, which is good. Gets the green.
Triple Nana, huge, perfect pull right there. And Macy starting up early, and Rosen is shrooming up. Seems like AI are also able to get the good items in the back as well to keep up. They're just doing everything they need to to ensure a good race. And unfortunate wallhead, which leads to a green trail from Xander on the Mura.
Yeah,
So
Pig's
for the
trying to hold on to one
spots,
right now. Do see Rosen taking like multiple boxes, but
trying to be annoying.
Mura still gets the reds. All of JX is around Mura right now. With we see him gonna make
An
two.
early
Oh, there's
shot
the
from
shock.
AI.
AI shot comes in. He's gonna be able to catch, or yeah, she's gonna be able to catch up. Pig's not gonna be able to
Macy
keep
trying to
on to
make a
one.
play. No, gets to Shroom. She's gonna have a Shroom in first, which is huge.
She'll have a comfortable lead in one now. With yeah, the shroom. Mura just using the golden to scan it forward. Blue
And
comes.
there it is.
gonna
There it
come
is.
in.
There's the blue. And
Macy will dodge.
and I think that was close to disaster because I'm pretty sure Macy hit something in the blind turn and she barely had the time to dodge that blue. So that was pretty close.
Yeah, wow, that's wild.
A mega pull from Mura and a mega pull from Mura. We'll see how the bag and battle looks like. Seems like I just saw Skip. It's pretty close. Mura chaining his mega, trying to get rid of Rosen and catching up. We'll see if JX is able to pull a second blue. That could be huge if they pull a second blue.
It could be, yeah. I don't know if they're gonna get it though. They haven't had much luck pulling blues, it seems.
It seems like the race is pretty neutral right now. We see Krusty in 10th. Scam chaining for boxes in 9th. So if Krusty is able to get the shock, this could be another big race.
Macy's gonna get one. It's like JX is gonna get.
Pretty sure it's shockless.
Oh,
bomb!
Not gonna hit.
Ooh, nice attempt.
Good attempt. This way 2, 3, 5.
2, 3, 5, 6? Maybe?
While it looks like it is a winning race. You need bigger races if you're JX right now.
Pretty neutral race, yeah.
You need to go for like need some top 3s. You need a top 4. You need something like that. Top 2, 4, 5 even.
I mean,
yeah,
AI just doing what they need. They're just doing what they need because they know they have such a big lead that they can allow themselves to do some riskier plays to kind of shift the momentum of JX whenever they have some, because they had some momentum at the beginning of the race and just calling an early shock just to break the momentum of JX and just giving Macy a free first.
Yeah, most definitely.
So they're just trying to cancel out any chance of JX getting a big race, pretty much.
That's all you can do if you're AI. That's all you need to do here as you're coming down to the wire. Not AI. JX is going into desperation mode now. And it's got to pull out all the stops. They need a track pick. They need it to be Delphino Square here, as it's going to be very bad for them if Gold Mine ends up
46-point lead. They're going to need... The thing is, they're going to need a big race to stay in it, because if they don't get in a big race enough, they're going to have to all run if they want to have a chance of winning it.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Which is not what you want it to come down to, is it's very, very hard for you to win on an all-run attempt.
Delphino Square, that might be the start of something.
Well, we'll see. See if they can execute here.
If there's one team I wouldn't take out of the equation, is JX. They can definitely pull out top 4 out of nowhere. We'll see if they can do so. I hope so.
With only 2 races to go, they have to get a big winning race here. As you said, they're down by 46. They need a massive race.
See, because they're drafting early.
Yeah, Mur's got to wait and get a bottom box now here after getting bumped. Gets the Aether and gets the build. That is big.
That's huge for Scamp right there. That's huge for Scamp.
Now Scamp can just barrel and potentially get shock. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see which bagger that is in 10.
It's definitely Scamp because he had the info first. Yeah, he had the information first, so he's definitely going to be the first one barreling.
Really big for JX. Gotta hope that they can get it now. You see a lot of mids. You see them in mostly mid spots right now. Not really sure. Mur's gonna go into the grass.
Can't quite see who's back there. If we could see who was back there, we could probably tell who's in tough spots.
I'm not sure he's in
bottom 2, quite breaking broke away though.
I can't tell who's in 8th right now.
I think this is still good spots for AI. Rosen gonna be taken out. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Macy does roll blue. She's rolling it for now.
And she
now
just threw it. So I assume
That was
Kevin was in
rough.
first, or
Mura's gonna use the bill. Will we see shot come
maybe a
in?
cancel. No, it's too late for a cancel,
No.
unfortunately.
No dodge. Unfortunately, they
Maybe
didn't
that's a
have
sign.
shock.
Maybe that's a sign that Camp lost 10th. I don't know.
I mean,
We'll
it's
see. We
not
see one of
terrible
the baggers sitting up there. No, Camp is still. It's him.
because Mura
But
has a
Ethan is
stroke.
going forward.
Yeah.
Ethan's going forward. That might be a shock in 9.
If so, this is gonna be disastrous for JX. We'll see. Keep an eye on the double area. Might be where it comes in.
And a mega
And Macy
and the
gets a mega.
perfect timing.
Well, we'll find out right here if they have shock. Probably.
We'll see what they do with it.
Interesting.
They'll have to chain a mega, and
Yeah,
yeah,
they had
there's
shock.
a mega dodge. Rosen dodging in the back as well.
Mura's
We'll see
probably
if she
gonna
could
get
make a
moved
play
here.
on Mura, and she
Yeah.
does. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
We see Jeff though coming in, so it's not
Jeff coming up.
completely dead yet. Maybe not.
Oh, Jeff
no, he
hitting the
hits the fib.
fib.
Oh
And
no.
they were taking over picks. So that, yeah. Top 240. That's it.
That's wraps. I think.
It wraps it up.
So AI is gonna, I assume, take over that. Well, I mean, we'll see when the results come in here.
That's
But
the
yeah,
top two. That's the top 2-4 for AI.
AI gonna be taking home the Division 1 banner. Wow, what a job by
Congratulations to
AI.
them. Wow. Impressive match 3 performance. I mean,
Yeah,
impressive
really
performance
impressive.
overall. Impressive performance overall from them. Really.
I mean, you gotta love everything you saw from them, especially in match 3. As I mean, they played like a team that really wants the banner, that was determined to win this Division 1 banner, especially after losing the first match. You know, JX had the momentum, of course. It was taken into match 2, but AI completely pulled off the reverse sweep and ends up taking this home in
Definitely.
3 matches. Great job by them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially after that heartbreaking loss in match 1, because they were ahead, and GX was able to pull an amazing comeback to take match 1 home, and they did not decide to let that get to their heads, and they just stayed in it, and they showed up. So
Absolutely.
really good job on them to just keep their heads up and just showing up in match 2 and 3 and getting the banner home.
No doubt. And they were led by Xander, who just put up an insane performance. You know, I mean, every time we looked up and saw it, he was in the front, either in first or second, just commanding the top spots. And
Just
AI just doing a
commanding.
great job of using their items to the best of their abilities, getting up there to
We were
support
just
him.
commanding the paces of the races, just making plays in the top spot to make sure to get the best results to his team. Just
Yeah.
definitely the MVP by far in this match, not just in terms of points, but in terms of the player himself by the play that he did. Was just good at making
Yeah.
plays and getting the points, which is really, really good in this type of match.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're still gonna
This
try to
race
keep an eye on this race,
quite
even though it
fun.
doesn't really matter. But
Yeah.
we don't know. Something can
Okay.
happen. 61-point lead, -20 in the top 5, and it's a tie. You don't know.
Oh my gosh.
You don't know. But we see
Crazy.
AI in top 2 so far. Still holding the top spot. They're just playing it out still. Scam showing up.
See ability
This is pretty much a guaranteed. This is pretty much a guaranteed shot for AI, which is huge on this track. Anyway, we see Macy going to start 9th, and Mura going to try to ref Rosen out, which he's going to be doing. Oh, good play by Rosen,
as well.
getting Mura in
Wow.
himself to rid himself.
That pretty much sums up how this war's gone for JX.
And Shuck should be coming very soon, right after Kim's Mega. There it is, dodging 3 of them. I'm pretty sure. Right, or am I mistaken? Yeah, the triple dodge. Yeah, this.
Yeah, it's top 3.
And it goes sold to injury, and yeah, top 3 to finish off this match. Congratulations to AI for their first Division 1 win. Very impressive performance against JX for sure.
Well, hopefully
definitely something I did not expect. I definitely did not expect AI to actually outperforming GX like that for sure. I expected it to be a lot closer.
Yeah, it was gonna be tough, but they were up to the task, and they definitely did. I think surprise a lot of people with how well they did all season. I mean, on the list too.
I mean, a lot of people were definitely expecting GX to win, probably.
Yeah.
because of because it's JX. They've won D1 so many times before. They've won so many tournaments. It's just, but just to be able to see that AI was just able to just outperform them. It's really impressive, and it's very, very, very impressive on their part. And we could just say congrats. Also shout outs to JX for giving us this match. A pretty intense match, no matter what. We still need to shout out to JX for an amazing season on their hand, because they had a very good season. Only I think dropping a match to 7Z in the regular season. So yeah, there's not even though AI are the winners today, there wouldn't be a good winner like that without
We are
JX.
having
So.
an interview, by the way, of AI.
Okay.
I know Xander just joined the call. How are you doing, Xander? We have more people
Hello.
coming.
I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah, Ethan's
Hi.
Ethan there. Hopefully, get more people. But yeah,
the
I mean,
others will be,
congrats to you guys for winning this best of 3, for grinding it out 3 matches. I know there were a lot of delays in the first 2. It took a
Yeah.
long time, but I think it was well worth it for you guys, as you just completely dominated JX in the 3rd match and just broke away from him. I mean, hello, Macy. There we go. We got Macy. So
Hello.
let's go.
Yo, I can't scroll down when I try to drag people because this server has 100 fucking channels.
No
Oh.
cussing on the live stream, man.
All good, all good. But yeah, I mean, tell us how you guys are feeling right now.
Could we make a group chat to get everyone in, if that's okay? Would that work? Would that?
Fine
If
by me.
not,
With the stream, I don't know. With the stream host, I don't know. We should ask Astro about it.
Is it
It'll
okay?
work, yeah. That's fine.
Okay,
Just need to
okay.
get everyone added.
You guys just trying to make group then.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
impossible. There's like literally 200 channels and it won't let me scroll down. So when I'm dragging somebody.
All right. Who's making a group then?
Yeah, I don't have perms to move either. So group chat it is.
Yeah. Yeah,
Awesome.
I wanna get everyone in for the
Yeah, I
interview.
mean,
For sure,
obviously.
yeah. I mean, this is big. You guys' first banner. I mean, I know some of you guys have won banners before, obviously, but as a team, as a whole, you guys first banner for AI. So of course, yeah, get everyone in for sure for this. Especially taking down a team like JX too, which a lot of people just assume are going to be like really well and kind of probably expected to win the banner. You guys showed up and absolutely just destroyed them, even though they may have won the first match.
And Barry just joined.
Alright,
Hello,
I
Barry.
got it. Finally.
Hello.
Alright.
Hello.
Jesus.
Hello.
Awesome.
Hello,
Awesome.
Rosen.
Welcome, guys.
Hello, everyone. So first of all, since now you're all here, congratulations on your Division 1 win.
Thank you, bro. Thank
Thanks,
you.
man.
Thank you.
Long and awaited, I'd say.
Yes, 5 years. 5 fucking
Wow.
years, bro. 5
That's
years.
awesome.
Is that your
Yeah.
first one, Barry?
First one, bro. 5 years.
Congrats.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, congrats, man. Long
Like 2
time
seasons.
coming, but you know, you finally get that banner. Must feel amazing. Man, you guys can just walk us through the whole best 3 if you want, or just go like by each match, especially like, kind of like your mindset or anything you want to talk about first.
Xander, before you start talking, I'm getting my words in. All right. So going into this match, we were very confident, very, very confident in winning this match. I don't think a lot of people would have realized that we felt like we were better than JX, but our performances in scrims like beforehand were really, really strong. Like it felt like we were playing insanely well. So coming into this, we were looking to win. Match 1 was a bit shaky. Like it just didn't feel right. I think probably a lot of the DCs may have just like shaken us up. I don't really know. It wasn't great. I think we played really poorly match 1 and barely weren't able to hold it out. But I mean, match 2 and 3, like we showed it. Like it's a big statement to say we're better. We felt like we're better than JX. Like one of the the top 2 like greatest like GOAT teams in the world. But like I don't know, man. We showed it today. We really did.
Absolutely, yeah.
You definitely showed that you were capable of contesting GX today. I have a question about especially about what happened for the course of this match. How was it? How was the mental going into second match? Because I did not cast it, but I was able to watch it. I know that you guys were up. I'm pretty sure most of the first match, and GX was able to pull a comeback to get the win. Was there any point any doubts? Even though I don't think really there was. And what was your mindset going to the second match after
Can I
the
speak?
sprint comeback?
Can I speak?
Yeah,
Rose-
go ahead.
of
Go
course,
ahead.
of course,
What I
of
think
course.
about this team is that when we don't make excuses and stuff. Like we knew we played shit and the end of match one, and that we knew why we lost. So our mental going into match two, we still thought we were the better team, and we still knew that if we just kept chill on our openings, and we just waited the races to play themselves out, we'd come out on top with the winning races.
All right, so you were just able to talk about between each other about the mistakes that were made during match one, just move on and learn from them, just
Yeah.
move
Mid
on.
down. Just mid down.
There was definitely like, I mean, because of course, right, like losing a playoffs match, like it doesn't feel good, right? Like I think there was definitely like a bit of like, we definitely weren't ecstatic about it. We would have rather won, I'm sure, but I think the way I saw it at least is that the match, a ton of DCs, we played like super sloppy. I didn't really feel like we necessarily deserved that first win personally. And at least I mean it sounds like we all felt that we were definitely capable of playing better. And with that in mind, right, like we just wanted to like lock in, and focus and play better match 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Also was
Sure.
also with dropping the first match and being down 0-1 and knowing that you had to win the rest of the matches, was the fact of playing, I'd say, kind of under pressure helped you to actually play better as a whole team altogether?
I'm not sure if the pressure itself impacted how we play. I think a lot of some of our failures, maybe earlier in the season, would have come from succumbing to pressure a little bit. I think the team, like, though we don't make mistakes, I do think they can be not mistakes. We don't make excuses for our mistakes,
Yeah.
but I do think there were periods where you could tell we would get quite nervous, and like maybe a bit panicky in some of the matches. But throughout match 2 and 3, it felt like we were just very, very confident. Didn't really panic very much at all. Maybe some periods when they would get like a rebound race, I feel like there was a couple races where they got top 3 and it was like, okay, like they're back in it now. Like I think Moonview, for example, like after Moonview,
Yeah.
like okay, they're still in this war. But I think I don't know if the pressure affected us. But like I don't think the pressure affected us at all during this. Like I think we were just okay. Well, on an individual level, I feel like I played really bad throughout this series, sadly. But it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter when you have the best teammates in the world. Like it just doesn't matter. It does not matter.
That's what I said in my question, that I was saying kind of under pressure. Like I know that you guys are experienced enough to go over the pressure really and not feel it, but like just the pressure of like this, not so like really physical pressure, but just the pressure of knowing that if you kind of if there's a slip up in match 2 and then the season is over. But I know you guys are able to go over that pressure. It was just like knowing that kind of your back are kind of against the walls, that you were able to show up. That's what I meant by that.
Yeah, I think no matter who you are and how confident you are in a match, it's always going to be a bit nerve-wracking to be like at match point, right? Like you can't, like this is it. You cannot lose from this point on. Like I think no matter how confident you are, that is a scary spot to be in. But I think we handled it well.
I think you guys handled it amazingly. Yeah, I mean, by your performance, especially after match one, because like, and I do want to ask you guys about your mental falls with stuff, like especially in match one, when like there's like 3 different resets and stuff. I mean, did that affect you guys' mental at all, or kind of like get you down low? Because I mean, it's tough to go through even just like a couple resets in a finals match, but like going through 3 of them, and then match 2, there was also a couple delays as well. So I mean, I guess kind of walk me through those and kind of how you guys dealt with those.
I feel
You
like
wanna
it's
take this
hard
one,
to
Sid?
say. I feel like it's hard to say necessarily, how much the resets. Again, it's like a. I feel like if anything, it was it stopped us from like really getting into it, right? Like it messed up with like the adrenaline and all of that stuff. Especially Rosen over here, like fuck, I gotta not curse. On like 2 hours of sleep or something, or like just not. I feel like he was falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like he needed that adrenaline, right? Like I feel like he needed it. Um, and when it starts to drag on like that, I didn't notice anything that present because of the resets, but I feel like there might have been a lack of adrenaline there, a lack of like getting into it and focusing and just throwing us off a little bit. And also it is match one as well, right? Like so I don't even know if I can attribute it all to the resets. It might have just been like we're playing sloppy because it's finals match one. The nerves haven't like set in properly yet. We haven't gotten them over yet. Gotten over them yet. But yeah, it onwards. I feel like it's honestly, I was really happy. I'm super proud. Honestly, I said this already, but I think this team, like this group we were playing with, improved so much over like the course of like the beginning of the season when we first started playing together to like just to now, right? And a little shout out to Rose and honestly Rosen and Krusty. I feel like in my mind anyway, like two like completely different players from when I first started playing here. I feel like Krusty's comms are some of the best that I feel like I've played with bagging wise. Whereas I feel like the first time I played with him, it wasn't necessarily like that. And all of a sudden, I just love playing with him. And then Rosen has just like become a monster. Like he definitely had like individual consistency prior to this, but he started doing super well. I guess he got comfortable with like the lineup change, and then also I feel like a ton of improvement in regards to like understanding like race flow and like how to play as a team, how to like play properly depending on like maybe the other team has shock, we have shock, whatever. I don't know. He just improved so much. Like super proud, man. Seriously.
I mean, there are reasons too, really, because this is because my next question is actually going to be about that topic of a of a new core for this team, and I'm gonna want two sides of the two answers from two sides actually about the question I'm gonna ask. So first, Alexander,
Oh goodness.
how was it to? No, it's not gonna be a meme question. No. So Alexander, I want to ask you because you've been playing for XI for a while now. Probably like it's been what 2 years now. Probably at this point. How was it to drastically change? How was your role going into this team? Was it like the same as XI? Did you see it? Did you see it a little bit different? Was your role? Were you a little different than how you were in XI? Were you like more of a leader and actually, giving more instructions? Because I know you're a big in-game leader, typically.
I feel like in terms of how we played, I feel like it was pretty similar, like the end result. I'm maybe like just as a result of like having like a lot of experience and stuff, maybe I did have more like authority in some way in this team. But I feel like even in Lazarus, I want to like consistently like find ways to like how do we do better, what are some like new things you can do to like what's like the next step in wars, like how like we I feel like I would have this regardless, but I feel like these guys were hungry, man. They were hungry, and I feel like there was a lot of like reception when it came to figuring out like what to do. Especially I was talking about Rosen just before, right? Like sponging like everything up, even things that I didn't even necessarily talk about or bring up or say. I felt like I saw Rosen doing in races. And overall, going back to my role, for the most part, I just think it was pretty similar. I didn't want to I don't want to intrude too much. I don't like micromanaging super hard, right? The approach I kind of prefer to have is like if there's anything that I feel like needs to be changed, I'd rather talk to everybody about it and like work on playing better collectively so everything goes like fluidly rather than like not saying anything and micromanaging during the actual matches, right? Um, so that's kind of like I much prefer to do that when I'm playing with a team. Just kind of get everyone on the same page and make sure we're playing as good as possible. It's much more about like learning. But like in the end, once everything's settled, because it was definitely messy at first. Like it was really weird for me, like getting used to it. I know like others had issues like feeling comfortable as well. But once everything clicked, it felt pretty like similar to Lazarus, to be honest, in terms of the role I played. So I was like super comfortable.
All right, this is. I was really curious about that because knowing the experience that you have on this game, just kind of going in a team with a younger team, so some young blood.
Yeah, the same was.
And now this, I get to to the second part of the question. Is going to go to all the remainder of this team, because Barry, Macy, Krusty, and Rosen have been staples of this team for the previous showings of this team. And I want to ask you guys, what did Xander bring to this team, especially compared to previous season? I want to see the point of view on that with your rival Xander on your roster. I kind of want to hear about it. I'm curious about it.
I'll start. I think when you well, I want to first off say when you add the greatest player of all time to your team, like your
That's
team's
your
gonna
goal.
get your 100%. Your team's gonna immediately get quite a lot better, like regardless. But like on a more like technical, like specific level, I think what Xander can like bring to a team is like it's an amalgamation of like insane individual consistency, like and very like confident calling and like very deep understanding of the game. Like there's a lot of times where Xander will make a call, like he's very good at I think a lot of the people on our team could like plan out a race and like plan out a good call, but I think out of like impulse calls, I think Xander like can see really good ones, go for them, and have really high value. Like I think those are two things that like Xander specifically like excels at. And adding that into our roster like was really good. I think at the start of this season it was a bit messy because we hadn't played with each other before. I played with Xander vaguely, but not like a whole lot. But like once we really started to like mesh together and like get comfortable with each other, that's when the ball started to get rolling and things started to get really, he started to really show his impact. I feel like.
Did it exceed your expectations about what it was going to bring to the table for the team?
Yeah.
That's a shy response, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Any other opinions on the question, or are we good? Did Barry said everything that you guys were thinking about this question?
Pretty
Yeah.
much, yeah.
I think he brings a lot of structure, which is nice. Like, we play out a lot of the same openings in different wars on the same tracks because like we had that set out. And I think what also helps is we get along really well. So
Oh,
we can't win with people that you're not good friends with. So.
That's true, Brett. Those pre-match phasmophobia sessions, a good team building exercise.
Oh, this is the secret then. Is that the secret?
Exactly. Secret
Oh.
sauce.
Don't play with LT though.
Yeah,
Team building event. There you go.
That's what's up.
So, is there, Vinny? Do you have any other questions?
No, I don't think I have anything else. Yeah, just is it for me? Just once
Sorry for
again,
kind of taking over the interview, by the way.
No, you're all good. I only have like a question or two, but yeah, I mean, once again, big congrats to you guys for taking on the banner and taking down JX and sticking with us after this now going on 4 hours of
Oh my
since we
God.
first got started.
yeah.
But it's definitely worth the wait. But I think at the end we're gonna play the World Cup trailer too, real fast. I think we might be rating end mead, so.
Ooh.
But thank you guys for watching, like, once again, and I hope you guys will also watch the World Cup. I know that starts tomorrow, Asia versus Spain. I think is the first one, but yeah, it's gonna be going on through June. So please tune in. I know we're gonna try and cast all these matches, but yeah, I mean, looking really forward to that for sure.
should I add something? Team England boys, Xander Rosen on the same team. Watch out.
Oh yeah,
this is
right.
yeah, this is gonna be scary. You know what's worse, Barry, is that they're on the same team and they're in my group. I'm so dead.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm looking forward to the World Cup.
I mean, I could go for a meme question for Rosen, but I won't because you know, I think we should wrap it up. It's been quite a long time. I mean, I was gonna say how it feels like to be the youngest Division 1 champion.
Is this true?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think
but
it
I
is.
mean,
I think
you,
it
prob- you
is. I think
probably
it is.
are. You most likely are.
I don't know. I mean, everyone thinks I'm a hacker, so.
I will say it's undeniable that Rosen has had the quickest improvement curve of any player we've ever seen. I don't think like maybe like in the modern times at least, it's not close. It's actually insane how good this guy's got. He's gone from like 2023 like Iron Random to like top 10 war player in the game in 2 years. Like,
I
that's
still remember
that's random.
Moxie.
exactly
I
yeah,
remember
Moxie.
Moxie.
Like it's just insane. It's so insane.
Yeah, it's really
It really
impressive.
is.
Especially as a Daisy too, because there are a lot more things to take into account as a Daisy. I feel like.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, probably
So,
Daisy
yes,
helped because Daisy has like a much higher skill ceiling than Funky. I think most people realize.
Well, you were able to take on that challenge quite successfully. Can say that.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So I think that's it. Don't think. Is there anyone that wants to say anything, or you guys have said anything that you needed to say?
Krusty not being on US North is like the greatest injustice of the 21st
Right,
century.
it's so true. It's so true. Justice for my boy Krusty, bro. I want to just drive home how good this guy is. We picked him up like what, like sometime
'Cause
last
we
year.
didn't have any. Like we didn't have
We
another.
didn't have any other bagger, and he
There was
stepped
no
up
D1 baggers.
and has become like a top 5 bagger. Like it's just insane. I'm just so proud of everybody, man. How much we've improved. I'm going like I'm a broken record right now, but I do just want to like really like drive it home.
Yeah, you guys came pretty. You guys came from pretty far as a team, and it's really cool to see you being successful and claiming the D1 title. You came from very far, and it's pretty cool to see some new faces getting the title. So well deserved once again. You guys had a great performance this match.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you for casting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Sticking around for 4
Absolutely.
hours.
Yeah. I'm just glad
I've
we were able to get the
subbed
cast,
them. I've subbed them. I'm a cheater. I
Yeah.
subbed them.
Fatal super subcast, yeah. We're able to make it happen after some definitely question marks pretty recently, like literally right before the match started, so.
We're
Yeah.
chilling. Still there.
Definitely chilling, yeah. All right, well, yeah, once again, man, thank you guys for watching. It's probably gonna wrap it up. I guess we'll just sign off and then play the World Cup trailer, I'm assuming, so. I mean, this has been Vinny.
And it's been Fatal. And we'll see you guys for another cast. Probably World Cup tomorrow, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Bringing that to
So,
you
yeah.
guys. So, enjoy the World
Thank
Cup
you.
trailer playing.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
Bye bye. Goodbye, everybody.
See ya.
Easy.
First, you're in the top 2. India, I think top 2 though. Are you able to make it? Yeah, it's India top 3.
This time you even don't have to hit.
See the green sector?
for taking over the interview, but I had a lot of questions in my mind.
Oh, you're all
especially-
good. You're all good, man. I barely had any questions, just the couple. I got all everything I needed to say in. No, you're all good, man.
I mean, I had a lot of questions for them because I know they're pretty. I mean, just heading Xander to the roster and shit. So that's why I asked their questions.
Yeah, for
These
sure, man.
questions. I mean, I was curious to see, with especially with the performance that they had. I was like curious to know like what Xander actually brought to his team because like it